And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, so we've been having a good streaming conversations yesterday. We talked about some news updates regarding Charlie and other fun reactions to things to brighten up the mood. And today I'll be giving the current updates about what's going on along with other topics as well. Alright, so we'll be switching over to other window. Okay. Alright. Hello everybody, it is me, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody's been having a good day, a good Sunday. It has been... Oh, hello Rebecca. It's great to see you. Hey, hi, hello to you too. I hope that y'all are doing good. And it has certainly been a ride. It's been a very difficult week in the past week. And it's good to see you, Eric. Oh, welcome to the stream. I'm glad to see you here. And I appreciate chat being supportive of each other and during these times of difficulty in the country, because unity is important to have in spite of differences. So I do invite people to talk about their differences in civilized ways as we resolve conflicts. All right. So the reaction globally to the assassination of Charlie has caused global reactions. So everywhere, all over Europe and many parts of Asia are remembering him for what he did. And there's been many demonstrations, there's been many marches, peaceful marches and church gatherings and vigils that have been done. So something that we have seen good so far is that there's been no violence, there's been no burning anything down, and that is good to see that nothing has been burned down and nobody is rioting like sometimes people riot, but this group does not do that. It's been in a peaceful manner. This has been demonstrated. So, for instance, there is this... Today I was doing research and looking up different things, and the main predominant news in the media is about this, obviously. Over in South Korea, there has been people chanting, "I am Charlie Kirk." There's people in England that are doing these big demonstrations in Spain, and different world leaders have come out. So it certainly is like a modern day JFK type assassination, but this time with the social media, we have a large community of people coming together with social media. Now, Eric says, I put my foot in my mouth getting involved in Family Feud on Facebook, giving my opinion. Oh, yes. And, Eric, I understand, and I think that emotions are very high right now. It's a hair trigger. So, everywhere, it's a very intense emotion and very intense trigger. So it's unfortunate that occurred. Eric, I understand what that's like, but we also have to understand is that emotions are high, and hopefully in the future situations, whatever feuding happened can be resolved in the future, because it is really an intense time. But I appreciate you telling me that, and yeah, it's just there's a lot of fighting back and forth. Half flag, right? I think, for instance, we had the day that it happened. I was going to be talking about the UAP coverage for the because the Congress was talking about that, and obviously I'm interested in aliens. And then as I was going live, one of my friends, Rebel, came in and told me what happened, and I was covering it as it was happening, and we had to announce the unfortunate news that happened. So it was, and then Trump ordered the flags to be flown at half mast to as a time of mourning, and it was a dark time in the country. And I am thankful that the liberal politicians completely condemned this type of violent behavior. And Bernie Sanders, for instance, was talking about all the different assassinations that have happened and attempted once throughout the history in recent times. And yeah, there's people have to use other ways of solving their problems, and I don't mind people having a different opinion than me. We can all learn from each other, and I encourage open discussions about these type of things to continue what Charlie did. And I do think I say this boldly that it is wrong to celebrate anyone's death, deletion, because he left a wife and a family behind. So that's really unfortunate that people do that. We're celebrating the death. That it's mass hysteria that these people are celebrating it. It's really completely atrocious. And hello, Norm. Good to see you, buddy. And Eric said UFO took a direct hit from a missile and didn't phase it. Yeah, there is this UFO footage from the conference that happened in Congress, and they're showing the video, and the UFO was completely unfazed by all the missiles that were being fired at it. Yeah, it's certainly something strange, out of this world technology, definitely. And Norm says the progressives and leftists are scrambling to spin anything about Tara Robinson, but it's not going to work. Right. And so the perpetrator, Tyler Robinson, his partner is a trans person. And, the difference is one person was a trans, and the other person that has done, like, the shootings, this person was sleeping with a trans. So that is completely cowardice to take these actions of assassinations against the activists. Rather than debating him and trying to get a different position, he takes the coward's way out to assassinate. And doesn't mean all progressives, leftists are like this. There's many that are fine people, and many are condemning this. And we had, when our coverage of the Charlie Kirk catastrophe, the assassination, we had people from different political views and opinions and come together and condemn this, and we worked together collectively to try to figure out what was going on. So I appreciate everybody that was there and helped us out with that. Oh, absolutely right. Exactly, Eric. And there's sometimes they may be right on some things and we may be lacking on, and vice versa. I think that the yin and the yang are good. So in any kind of criticism, I think it's okay to see what exactly is what they think and what's going on. Yeah, definitely. And Norm says, what UFO video footage is that with a missile? Okay, Norm, so the Congress had a UFO meeting recently about talking about the UAPs, and there is this clip that was played that was showing a UFO, which was like in black and white. It was from their aircraft cameras, and it was being fired at by missiles, and it was completely unmoved. It was unscathed, and it had no problem whatsoever going through that rocket fire. So, and usually any kind of craft that we would have would certainly cause a horrible problem where it would all crash and burn. But this rocket was perfectly fine. This craft, this UFO, is perfectly fine. Yin and the yang is what it's all about. Yes, I agree. And that's what Charlie encouraged. He encouraged open debate and open discussion, and he gave the other side a voice, and so many people are changing their political stance and their opinions to the away from the progressive side. There's so many people that are the guy that was being interviewed by him was trying to debate him when he was assassinated. He seems like he's changed his position on a lot of issues, and he feels very bad about him getting assassinated, and he thinks everybody's sick that's saying that it's good he was assassinated. Because, yeah, you have these people on social media. A good thing is that they're getting fired from their jobs and getting exposed. And if it's a Democrat or a communist or Democrats and communists are not the same, or a socialist, any kind of political ideology on the left, or a Democrat, anything should not, any kind of violence should be condemned that happened. So I completely think and agree that he need to continue the discussion about these issues with the other side, and Americans will not be silenced. And it's so moving to me that all over the world, there's people that are having protests and peaceful demonstrations in his honor. It's a humongous thing. It is really moving. And Eric said, when I was in college in the 80s, we didn't talk about politics. Yeah, I think in the 60s they did, so it must have gotten cleared up by then. But yeah, this is more looking like the late 60s, in my opinion. But yeah, it's just back in your time, they just talked about college and whatever work y'all had to do, and I guess partying and other things that college kids do. But yeah, just in these days, society's regressing backwards. Miranda said, "There are sickos crying after they're fired for wishing death on people insanity right now." Miranda said, "Eric, I highly disagree with you. It's sad not to talk about politics or believe at public schools." And I think that talking on college campuses is important to do. It's just back in the past, I'd say more in the 60s and the 70s, they were very political. But I do encourage college campuses and people to talk about that in college. I do think it's important to debate about. And it's how the climate with social media and over time how it has happened. So let's see. And Eric said the Democrats were not so left back then. Yeah, the Democrat Party, from people that I am related to that are older than me, that the Democrat Party at another time period was different than it is now. Right. And back in the past, they were much more modest, and their political stances were different. And Democrats, Republicans didn't fight and hate each other like they do now. So that is true. And I believe a lot of these ideologies came from Europe and created hybrid ideologies. For instance, Weimar Republic, you had a situation that was like this, and they had lawlessness, and they're promoting a lot of these ideologies. And there is, I feel, a variation of Marxism that came into our society where they think that, to give you all explanation, now it doesn't mean all trans people are doing these type of actions, of course, and the partner of Tyler Robinson is cooperating with authorities on this. So, well, of course, I don't know statistics about everything about what the trans people, which percentages, what isn't, but it's all scared. And hello, Tasman, good to see you, buddy. Cheers. What happened was some of these Marxists think that they're oppressed, the trans people are oppressed, and they have to have like a revolution to help their oppression. But the way you see what this person did, which the allegedly was dating one. So this person could have possibly have had these ideas hypothetically. I'm not saying guaranteed. We don't know what the reasons were completely at the moment. But we see how they do these assassinations, especially over in China and USSR. They did a bunch of genocide in Cambodia. We know about the Third Reich too. So that's what they did. These type of totalitarian regimes, they would assassinate people and genocide people that disagreed with them. And for the sake of oppression, like in Marxism, there's a violent revolution that they want to stop the oppressed. But we just, here in this country, we don't do stuff like that. And you could have whatever ideology wins, but we have to do it peacefully and have civil debates about these things. And notice that no one is burning down anything. Everybody's acting, peaceful mourning with vigils, with protests, with marches. And it's really a moving thing to see that there is really more of us than there are them, actually. And Hello Tasman says, UFO I saw was a Mork and Mindy TV show in the 80s. That was a good show. I wasn't around the 80s, but I know about the show. And it is completely dark what happened. And it has affected people everywhere that have a heart, have a soul. Because America has lost its soul. It really has. Where you have people on social media celebrating this guy's deletion, his assassination, his death. Yeah, Nanu. Yes. Facts. That's my greeting to everybody. Yes. And it's when you have a group of society where it's going to the point where they're celebrating people's death like that, it's not a healthy thing. It's an evil thing. It's a spirit of evil. It's Satanism. It's completely disgusting how you have that occurring on social media. And like, what is the solution to this problem? I really would like to know the answer, because you have people that are doing these type of shootings. You have people that are shooting up schools and malls. It's like there has to be some solution. I don't know what that is, but it's a question to ponder and ask, is that what has to be done with this for it to stop. But I will say a positive thing, if anything positive would come out of this, to completely, utterly have our voices heard, and all over the world, in Asia and in Europe and America, there are people, good people, that are protesting and celebrating Charlie's life in a peaceful, godly manner. And I really, really appreciate the peaceful protest. I call it peaceful protest. The marching, the demonstrations, and against these people that are causing so much hate online. So I really am moved, in spite of the terror that we all feel. It's good to see humanity still shine through this darkness that has been here, with all the people across the world remembering him. Aloha. Yes, Eric, facts. Miranda said, there are comments and plans where people say they're ready to unalive more of us, and Trump is next, allegedly. I can't understand this. Well, Miranda, people that are saying that online have no soul, Miranda. They have no empathy, no compassion. They're completely heartless. They have no conscience. They have the devil in them, all right? And people may not be religious, and it's something of mythology. Well, they have a dark, evil spirit in them, even if it's metaphorical. But I do believe it's literally a devil's in them, because and I will say that just like in Russia and just like in China and my republic, you will have thousands and millions of people were, also in the Holocaust, they were genocided. In Ukraine, when the USSR was in Ukraine, they had the Holodomor, where they had a mass starvation of the people there, and so many were starved to death. So, as I said, democracy is very fragile, could go away in a whisper if it's not held properly. So we definitely need to be prepared and know what could happen or what is going to come our way, like a hurricane or a tornado. We should be aware of what could happen. And of course, always trust in God, and He's the greatest planner, and Christ is King, and He always will be. And those that aren't religious, that the dots will connect in the future, and just trust and positive vibes and universe or whatever, and determination of self-determination that things will get better later. And I didn't even mind the ALF 8 cats because the way he did it was hilarious. Scared. Rena said, people are going insane. It's a huge sign of the end and era, and at times, who knows? Yeah, Miranda, definitely. Maybe we certainly would be closely approaching that, where there would be the rise of the Antichrist, and it certainly predicts that these type of things would happen before then. And the F final battle. Hello, Aaron, my dear, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. And I'm a single cat dad who voted for Trump. Well, that's good. That's nice, Aaron. Not Eric. That's very good. Very good. Miranda said they're also saying it in person. They're demons. They're no longer hiding it all. Oh, of course not. They'll show what their intentions are. And a lot of times with demons, there's legions of demons. Where you have, for instance, Jesus cast legions of demons out of a person into the pigs. Aaron says, bring on the rapture, I'm done. Also, Norm, yes, ALF. Yes, welcome, Joyce and Aaron and everyone that's in here. I appreciate you all very much. This domestic terrorism is at its finest. Yes, it is, Miranda. And it's not just, we have enemies in other countries that don't like us. We don't only have to deal with that, but we have threats within our country. And there is the cultural idea of the rise of revolution, and within our borders where another country could take this opportunity to try to take America's place. Aaron, bring it on. I'm ready. We're all nervous, and it's about time. We've been waiting forever, really. The devil has shown his horns. Yes, it's true. We will not be here during the Antichrist, I don't think, but I don't know. Understood. And when I was in high school, Pink Floyd said, do you think they will the bomb? Oh, I remember. I was not around when Pink Floyd came out in the beginning, but I know about Pink Floyd. I listened to it when I was 18. It's a good band, and yes, that's true, Eric. Miranda said, they all get all excited about someone they don't like being hurt. The majority of us don't get in. Aaron said, I love that Alien keeps pronouncing it like an acronym. Alien, it's ALF, like a name. Okay. It's ALF. Okay. I'm thinking it's something else. So thank you, Aaron. That was my alien reasoning that I was thinking it was the other an acronym. Thank you. So Norm says the best aliens shows from the 80s is ALF and V, the final battle. Miranda said, Tasman, yes, everyone will be left behind, but not me. And cheers. Alright. I didn't hesitate to tell my channel about Jesus in one of the recent videos. I couldn't even focus properly. Yeah, and I think that it's always good for people to speak their mind about what they believe and what their faith is. And I appreciate you, Miranda, exercising that right. Okay, I will. Let's see. Yes, I recognize that. Yeah, I remember that creature right there. Yeah. Yeah, it's so cute. Yeah, I know what that is. I haven't watched them all. Still drawing feed from your video yesterday. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Miranda in the pool rooms. She's very good at searching what's going on in those pool rooms. Yes. And Miranda said, it was hard to get guts to say anything, Tasman, and thank you for watching The Scary Place. Yes. Oh, the KC Eagles game getting good. Okay, so Eagles. All right, yeah. Yeah, we see right here where all right, you have the Panthers and the Cardinals playing. Oh, they in fourth quarter. Fourth quarter, Eagles 20, Chiefs 16. Okay. And yeah, the different roasters. And this is all the little critter for y'all to see on the screen. Right here. Which y'all will see on the screen in a moment because it's not. Alright, this is Alf right here. Miranda said, I actually got upset last night before I recorded my videos because Charlie Kirk, I was very angry. Oh yeah, Miranda, I've been very upset about what happened too. And, you know, that's understandable, that's normal, and you just take your time with what you got to do. And I'm glad that you're still uploading and still promoting the message that you're promoting in spite of the hardships that are with us. Alf is my spirit animal. my Bills won today. Yeah. And let's see. That is, let's see over here. That is cool. That is cool, Eric, about your team winning. I was actually like so angry it was tough, very angry. Yeah, my friend from Europe was very angry too when he came here over it. And yeah, I think those people that are celebrating the death are very infuriating. All right, let's see Alf versus ET. Scared. Alf from Melmac. Attributes. Wisecracking alien, human manipulation, cat consumption, voice replication, every 75 years, enhanced strength, speed, endurance, and telepathy. E.T. Extra created the phone for easy communication, able to run at great speed, telekinesis, telepathy, healing abilities. Yeah, ET, which is probably modeled after some of the Fallen Watchers. Yes. I saw the video on X and I sent it to two people. Does that make me a bad person? It's all good, Eric. I think that that's hilarious that you told the people about your team winning. If that's what you mean, then I think that's actually quite humorous. And Norm says, yes, I love cats. That's why it was hilarious the way he would talk and pet them before eating them. All right. Yeah, that is ET right there. I mean, that is Alf. He even had this cartoon. This little guy. It's quite an interesting little critter right there. All right. Now I did see the footage of Charlie Kirk get assassinated. It was on social media, and yeah, that was a very traumatizing thing to that we'll never forget about that happening. Okay, protest South Korea. Okay. Let's see right here. Yes, Miranda, I don't recommend seeing it. It is very graphic. And it's so, as I said, it's so sick to have those people that are celebrating his death. There's a special place in hell for people that celebrate his death. Definitely. I think I told you hello, Joyce, but hello to you, Joyce. It is great to see you, as always. All right. So, from London to Seoul, moments goes worldwide as thousands march chanting, "We are Charlie Kirk." And this is a memorial to Charlie Kirk. Thousands. Miranda said, I had a choice to watch it, and I refused to see it. My grandma saw it live, and she told me, oh, that had to be really traumatic for anybody to see that live. And understood, Miranda, I don't suggest seeing it. It is not something that can ever be unseen. Thousands of supporters have taken the streets worldwide from London to Seoul, rallying under the chant, "We are Charlie Kirk." This surge of activism followed the tragic. And on the good news, Eric was saying, is that a lot of teachers getting fired because of their school media posts. Yeah, yeah. And that is a positive thing. And also heard they're getting doxxed for what they're doing. Thousands of they should be scared. Thousands of supporters have taken the streets worldwide, from London to Seoul, rallying under the chant, "We are Charlie Kirk." The surge of activism followed the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk, the influential conservative activist, founder, Turning Point USA, who was fatally shot on September 10, 25, while speaking at Utah Valley University. His deletion death has sparked a powerful global moment across continents, with rallies embodying not just grief but a determined push to extend his conservative vision internationally. And it says breaking over 1 million British patriots are gathered London to mourn Charlie Kirk's in favor British nationalism and against mass thorough migration. Absolutely stunning moment is alive. Well, history is being made. Okay. Norm says, it was strange, but he was hilarious. The show is very comforting to watch because Alf was always making fun of everyone because they are humans, and neighborhood cats kept going missing. Scared. In London, the scene was striking. Despite heavy rain, around 1,000 people gathered in a vigil, waving American and British flags, many wearing the iconic MAGA hats associated with Kirk's political movement. In central London, over 100,000 people gathered to remember Charlie Kirk, and Inherent said Alf was like Garfield, ironically, very dry, sarcastic humor. He reminds you of Garfield, the way he looks. I could see it. In central London, over 100,000 people gathered to remember Charlie Kirk and express their support for conservative views. Attendees waved national flags and repeatedly chanted Kirk's name, shouting solidarity and his activism. This event was an isolated tribute, but precursor to the larger rally following the day, which drew tens of thousands. Not as grumpy, but sarcastic. Eric, whose side? Everyone, really. I mean, we would get deported anywhere if we didn't have our passports. Hilarious. Hosted by British far-right activist Tommy Robinson, the rally saw chants and calls for nationalist policies echo through the streets. Participants, including a diverse coalition from different countries, united by Kirk's message of traditional family values and opposition to immigration. Why doesn't everyone just flee to Vietnam? Donna says it's great there. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, exactly. Yeah, it's a very nice, uh, warm tropical sanctuary that I recommend those that are interested going to. And it's where everybody can get away. It's a safe haven. Garfield is a very good way to describe a similar person with Alf. Brandon said, Eric, I love legal immigrants. I do too. I have no problem with legal immigrants. I get why people flee here, but damn mess, it's made too much for me. I don't forget. Any human is illegal. Just Americans without passport are. Aaron, I have seen that before. Perfect Strangers, I've seen that before. It's funny. We are global resistance as existence is futile. Yes. Yes, Zero, it's essential. I definitely agree. Welcome. Hosted by British. Okay. And following his deletion death on September 25, emotions ran high in Seoul. Thousands of supporters held a memorial for Kirk. These were activists and young conservatives who had previously engaged with Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA. Just days before the assassination, Charlie Kirk arrived in Seoul, where he had begun to build a meaningful connection with South Korea's burgeoning conservative youth. His presence at the Build Up Korea conference was met with warmth and enthusiasm, underscoring the significance of his outreach in Asia. At Build Up Korea, where Kirk had delivered rousing speech about nationalism, family, faith, and conservative renewal, attendees recalled his charisma and his message. The conference, which he described as a youth movement sweeping the globe, took on a somber tone as participants grappled with a sudden void left by his absence. Or Bugs Bunny had similar personality as Ulf. Nor, I love Bugs Bunny. Aaron, don't be ridiculous. Zero said, "You're playing their game right now. When has a shirt ever been worth a steak? Now less than a rag. Considering the thing that'll allow you tangible item, what has happened, and what must every one of you fight about how much clothes are required to survive here. You made this choice. Change it." Very well said, Zero. So many people will fight over these silly things and put value into things that have no value, and it's important to trade and to do with what is actually very important, essential for the collective survival and individual survival, in my opinion. For many in South Korea's conservative circles, Kirk was more than a guest. He was a mentor and symbol of international alliance in politically fractured world. South Korea's conservative youth grappling with changes like low birth rates, gender political tensions, and the looming threat from North Korea found Kirk's voice echoing their own concerns of aspirations. His call to get married, have children, and put faith in the center of life resonated with powerfully in society wrestling with social change and demographic decline. Hilarious Tasman. One of the most striking tributes came from Maorai, Christian from New Zealand, who performed the traditional haka during the vigil. This powerful and emotional display showcased deep respect for Kirk's work in the universal mourning of his untimely death. Deletion. The haka is more than a performance. It is a gesture of honor, strength, and remembrance. Seeing this ancient tradition it is a gesture of honor, strength, and remembrance. Seeing this ancient tradition performed for an American activist illustrates the global reach of Kirk's influence. The tribute was widely shared online, highlighting the emotional renaissance his life and death created internationally. Hello, Laura. It's great to see you. I'm lurking, but wanted to wish you all a peaceful rest of your day. Well, you too, Laura. Thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you for lurking. All right. Zero says, it's not just value anymore. It's the faith their lights will stay on because of it. I gladly have to find food from a stored location when available, but when you change the exchange of metal to the exchange of cloth, it became tainted and value became faith. Zero, this is exactly true, because the more a cloth is printed, it will lose its value. And everyone has faith in a cloth, rather than having faith in something that could be used for something and that's tangible, like a metal, or trading food or trading supplies. Even aluminum can be used for making radios and electricity and communications and stuff. So even aluminum is more valuable than a cloth. And Mary says, cool shirt, hashtag the Smurfs. Oh, hello, Mary Toodles. Welcome to chat. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Thank you. Thank you. I really like the shirt very much, Mary. Thank you. And Aaron said, so Larry constantly introduces himself. Hello, my name is Cousin Larry. Appletone is Balksi's accent. That's hilarious. I love the slogans and the lines they have in these films, in these TV shows. They're just timeless classics that will always make us laugh. Right. The death deletion of Charlie Kirk, a tragic assassination that shook the world on September 10, 25. Charlie Kirk, the 31-year-old founder of the influential conservative organization Turning Point USA, was fatally shot during an outdoor event at Utah Valley University, UVU, in Orem, Utah. The event was a kickoff for his American Comeback Tour, aimed at mobilizing young conservatives. Kirk was seated beneath a white canopy, engaged in a public dialogue with massive shootings with an audience about 3,000 around 12:23 p.m. As he responded to questions, single sniper shot rang from the rooftop of the Loose Center building approximately 142 yards away. All right, good night, Tasman. Cheers to you, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, Mary Toodles, understood. Aaron said, "Oh, I pick up what you were throwing down, Mary." Facts. Linda, welcome to the chat. It's always a pleasure to have you on board. And thank you, Linda, for being here. All right. Zero says, Alien knows what I'm typing, and I'm a bit rageful from insects bowing to other humans and devalues reality by repeating and multiplying too much. Oh, hello, Mary Toodles. Right. Exactly. In Zero, they're stuck in the Matrix. You know, it's they're like, a bunch of cogs in a machine. Definitely. The rifle was bolt action, Masseur chambered 30 to 06. Chambered 30 to 06. Bullets found were engraved with proactive messages referencing the internet meme culture and anti-fascist slogans, complexity and political undertones of the crime. And Linda, it is always great to see you, and I appreciate, Linda, your when we commented on Donna's case. I appreciate you here with the others. We were discussing it, and it has been a very tedious, very difficult, the most difficult streaming experience of the past and last week. But I was thankful for, Linda, the trial chat that I brought here, and other people that I brought across YouTube here as well, them too, that helped us figure out and solve problems and debate about the situations that have recently happened. So I appreciate everybody here working as a team. Although emotions are very high, I do encourage unity over what the other side wants is more division. So I appreciate the collaborations that have been going on here. Surveillance footage later showed a lone gunman, 22 years old, Tyler Robinson, fleeing the roof by running to a high corner edge and dropping down. He escaped into a wooded area nearby where a hunting rifle used in attack was found. Oh, you're welcome, Linda, and thank you. And Zero says, there was so many things on that gun, pew pew bullets. I thought it was a NASCAR covered in stickers from sponsors. I know, right? It's He meticulously put all the stuff on there to make his Timu Sheen point. And Aaron says, haha, Norm, I swear I am going to find how to rewatch. It'll be a nice break from the heavy reality. Yes, indeed. Yes. Rifle was bolt action, Masseur. Okay, we read that. Authorities describe the assassination as politically motivated act, although no clear motive has been publicly confirmed, of course. The manhunt ensued, culminating in Robinson's arrest on September 11 after his father convinced him to surrender. Who was Charlie Kirk? Charlie rose to national prominence as one of America's most vocal conservative activists. As of just 18, he founded Turning Point USA, an organization dedicated to promoting conservative principles on college campuses. Turning Point USA grew into a potential force within conservative youth activism, with chapters not only across the U.S. but international as well. Kirk's style combined proactive political debate with a strong social media presence, making him a key influencer, especially among younger conservatives. 308.308. Okay, thank you, Eric. He was closely allied with President Trump and frequently appeared at the White House and supporting Trump's policies and political campaigns. Kirk's rhetoric often focused on championing the free speech, opposing immigration, advocating pew-pew gun rights, and defending traditional family values, from motivating students to speak up on campus to inspiring activists to organizations that led to Kirk's legacy and the alive actions of those who continue to champion his ideas. All right, so that's the new update. A global movement is happening. All right, some pictures. For instance, that's in South Korea. Okay, Zero, I will check it out. Thank you. All right, we got this. We have peaceful demonstrations going on, and Norman says, Aaron, start watching all the older shows 3 years ago. I just pretty much run them to watch Rockford Files, Columbo, All the Family, Jefferson, Sanford Sons. Oh, I watch a lot of old movies like that, and I mean old TV shows like that. I also do the same. All right. Let's see. The most prominent ALF is the funny alien from the 1980 sitcom of the same name. His name is an acronym for Alien Life Form, but his real name is Gordon Shumway. Zero said the book titled The Shooting of Charlie Kirk. Oh, Shooting of Charlie Kirk, like the day before it happened, this book was released. Okay. Thank you for the information. Yeah, the Zero says the 80s won't stop repeating itself. Scared. Scared. Origin. Alf is from the planet Melmac, which is destroyed in a nuclear catastrophe. He crash landed in the garage of the Tanner family in San Fernando Valley of California. Personality. Alf is known for his sarcastic wit, cynicism, and big appetite. He is mischievous and often causes trouble, but he also has a soft side and is fiercely loyal to his adopted family. Appearance. He is covered in rust-colored fur. His rippled snout, a facial mole, and 8 stomachs. He stands about 3 feet tall. On Melmac, cats were considered a delicacy, unfortunately, which leads many jokes and pointless, involving his craving for Tanner's pet cat. This always later be toned down due to the feedback. Abilities. Besides the advanced knowledge of the alien technology, ALF, which is ALF, possesses a musical talent and can play several instruments in a rare frenzy state. Mel magicians gain human gain superhuman strength and have the ability to perfect mimic no voices. Behind the scene, Alf was brought to life by a puppet operated and voiced by creator Paul Fusco. For a full body shots, actor Mucho Mesrazos was in Alf costume. Norm says, Aaron, I get your fade. You can watch Perfect Strangers on Pluto for TV for free. I watched Pluto TV at a time even earlier today. Ah, that's good to know, Norm. Thank you for the information. And the show's plot revolves around Alf, a furry alien from planet Melmac, who crash lands in the garage of a suburban middle class family called Tanner's. Family decides to take him and hide him from both government and their nosy neighbors. The series ran for 4 seasons and also spawned a prequel animation series, Alf, the animated series, which depicted Alf's life before it was destroyed. And Norm says, I forgot about Alf. Alf can mimic any voice perfectly. Alright. What other 80s sitcoms had sci-fi theme? Or let's see what that is. Beyond Alf, of other 80s sitcoms and sci-fi comedies feature high-tech paranormal premises. Mork and Mindy, a spin-off of Happy Days sitcom, featured Robin Williams and more as Mork, a lovable, eccentric alien from the planet Ork who comes to live with a human woman named Mindy McConnell. Small Wonder, 85 to 89. It is a syndicate comedy. A robotic engineer creates a lifelike robot girl named Vicky and attempts to pass her off as an adopted daughter to his family and neighbors. Much of the humor came from Vicky's struggle to act human. Out of This World, 1987 to 91. A fantasy sitcom about a teenager named Evie who discovers on her 13th birthday that her father is an alien from the planet Antarius. This gives her special powers like the ability to freeze time, and she communicates with her father through a glowing cube. Alright, Secret Identity, 88 to 91. This Canadian-American show centered on the teenage boy who gains superhuman abilities after being hit by a beam from the mysterious ray gun. It was a sitcom-style approach to the superhero genre. Red Dwarf, 1988 present. Long-running British sci-fi sitcom follows the misadventures of the last human being, Dave Lister, aboard a mining spaceship 3 million years in the future. His companions are a hologram of his deleted bunkmate, a life from the evolved from this cat, and neurotic service to Mechanode. All right. Hard Time on the Planet Earth, 1989. In a short-lived American sci-fi series, an alien warrior from the peaceful planet is exiled to Earth for his aggressive nature. He forced to live in human form, accompanied by a robotic sidekick that appears as glowing orb. All right. Knight Rider, 1982 to 86, dramatic series which with a strong sci-fi element featuring a man who fights crime with a talking artificially intelligent car named Kit. Misfits of Science, 1985 and 86. This action comedy series featured a team of individuals with superpowers, including a shrinking man and a teenage telekinetic. It was an attempt by NBC to chase the popularity of Ghostbusters Quantum Leap 1989-93 is a award-winning series that began in the 80s about physicists who involuntary leaps through space-time, temporarily replacing the correct historical mistakes. All right, let's see here. Wait. The shooter is not cooperating with the cops, I'm hearing. All right. That's something new that came out. Nothing really else new besides that. Okay. Now, Ghostbusters was an interesting movie that I many of y'all know about, of course, and that's one that I have seen with, reruns of it. So it's kind of talking about what this prompt says about the Ghostbusters movie is that Ghostbusters is a supernatural comedy franchise that began with the 1984 film directed by Ivan Reitman. The original movie centers on a group of eccentric parapsychologists in New York City who start a ghost catching business. The film became a cultural phenomenon due to the unique blend of comedy, action, and horror. Its success led to the multimedia franchise that includes sequels, animated TV shows, video games, and more. The main cast in 1984 film included Bill Murray as Dr. Peter Venkman, Dan just ate garlic grape gummy going into space alien. Garlic galactic grape gummy. Oh, okay. Yeah, you have fun on your ride up there. Galactic grape gummy. Oh, okay. You'll have fun with that. And Dan Aykroyd as Dr. Raymond, Santa's Arnold Ramis as Dr. Egon Spengler, Ernie Hudson as Winston Zedmore, and Sigourney Weavers as Dana Barrett. Rick Moranis as Louis Tully. Franchise Ghostbusters to 1989. The original team reunites to face a new supernatural threat to New York. Ghostbusters to 2016. A robot featuring a female team of Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters Afterlife, a sequel to the original films following Egon Spiegeler's estranged family. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire 24 continues the story from the afterlife when Spiegeler's family joining the original Ghostbusters, which I wasn't aware that it had to do in 24. Let's see. Yeah, I did not know that movie was out. When it came out. Wait a minute. Is that... I don't know. I don't think I saw that. Oh. Continues the story from the afterlife with Spegler family joining the original Ghostbusters. The Real Ghostbusters 1986 to 91, an animated series that continue the adventures of the original team from the movies. Extreme Ghostbusters, a sequel animated series focused on a new team of younger Ghostbusters led by Egon Spiegeler. Alright, what was the cultural impact? The original 1984 Ghostbusters film had profound and lasting cultural impacts by redefining the supernatural comedy genre and launching a massive multimedia franchise. Its influence is felt in the iconic imagery, memorial music, and quotable dialogue, which have become a staple for popular culture. The No Ghost logo, Ghostbusters logo, a cheerful white ghost caught in red prohibition sign, is instantly recognizable worldwide. Designed by Michael C. Gross, it quickly became potent and marketable symbol that made its way into countless toys, t-shirts, and other merchandise. The logo's simple, powerful design is major reason for the franchise has maintained a consistent brand identity for decades. The State Puff Marshall Man, this cheerful, colossal monster, if one of the most memorable villains in movie history, his appearance represents... You remember the music from the time? Oh, okay. Here. His appearance represents the film's climactic combination of lighthearted comedy, destructive chaos, leaving lasting impressions on audiences. The Ecto Ghostbusters repurposed 1959 Cadillac Miller Meteor ambulance became an iconic vehicle in its own right, and adding the team's quirky hologram. Norm said the original Ghostbusters was by far the best. Watched it in the same as it came out. I think I saw it in the movie theater. Yeah. Yeah, the first one, although I didn't see it in person because I wasn't around yet, that was a very good one. The Ray Parker Jr. theme song. The theme song from Ghostbusters with an infectious chorus who you're gonna call became a massive commercial hit, topping the Billboard Hot 100 for 3 weeks. Its iconic status ensured its continued presence at Halloween parties and sporting events for a generation of these songs. Jingle Like Nature effectively advertised the film and its essential concept, a defining soundtrack. In addition to the theme song, soundtrack created a distinctive mood with contributions from other black artists and composers. Elmer Bernstein and film expertly uses music to punctuate its mix of comedy and horror. Refined comedy genre. Ghostbusters was groundbreaking comedy because it was successfully merged high concept sci fi and special effects with impersonal style of its comedic leadings, many of whom came from Saturday Night Live. This approach create an absurd events unfolded. Let's see. The underdog heroes. The protagonists aren't traditional heroes. They are cynical, pragmatic, and financially motivated former scientists. The anti establishment, everyman dynamic made them relatable and allowed for the humor to arise organically from the personalities and reactions to ridiculous situations they faced. Quotable dialogue. The film's script is full of mem- memory lines, many which were impoverished by the cast. Phrases like, he smiled at me, don't cross the streams, and mass hysteria became widely quoted and embedded in the pop culture lexicon. Memorable was the word. Okay. The theme song was most popular than the movie itself. Okay. Merchandise empire. The film's success spawned a multi-billion-dollar multimedia franchise which included the video games, comic books, and two animated TV series, and countless toys. This merchandise made Ghostbusters a household name for decades after its initial release. Enduring appeal for generations of fans, Ghostbusters represented a beloved piece of 80s nostalgia and blends comedy, horror, and action. Its appeal has been provided by long-running franchises and recent successful films like Afterlife, which has introduced the property to new audiences while honoring the original. Preservation. In 2015, Library of Congress selected Ghostbusters for the preservation of National Film Registry, Testament, and Cultural Historical Aesthetic Significance. Right? It was based on humor. All right. All right. So this is the vehicle they had. It's very cool. A nice classic mobile. And that vehicle is very good. It's very good. And they had a lot of these things, back in that time. Alien, I'm out. Maybe I'll see you later elsewhere. Okay, Eric, see you later. Thank you for coming, hanging out with us. All right, this was one of the vehicles, they had. I like the. Although they don't make cars like that anymore, it was pretty cool. it was a hearse. That would make sense it being a hearse because it's the type of, they're dealing with ghosts, but that style isn't really used anymore. Yeah, but thank you. Yeah. And you have that right there. Okay. I definitely think that back in the 90s, they definitely had more simpler times. Definitely. Soon, we're going to be doing some Johnny Depp trial reactions. We'll be doing that shortly. Classic shows from the 1990s include hit sitcoms, influenced dramas, and game-changing animation. Many are available to stream today. Seinfeld, 89 to 98, famously show about nothing. The sitcom observe humor defined a generation of comedy. It focuses on the misadventures of a neurotic comedian and his friends in New York City. Norm says 1959 Cadillac, Miller Meteor Ambulance. Oh, okay, thank you. Friends, 1994 to 2004, following 6 friends living in Manhattan. This show became a global phenomenon and one of the biggest sitcoms of all time. All right. All right, Frasier, 93 to 2004, a spinoff of Cheers, is critically acclaimed. The show follows psychiatrist Frasier Crane as he hosts. Oh, okay, it's okay, Norm. Ambulance, not a hearse. Okay, thank you for information. Frasier is a spinoff of Cheers, is critically acclaimed. The show follows psychiatrist Frasier Crane as he hosts a radio show called Show in Seattle. It won a 37 Emmys during its 11-year run. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, 1990s and 96, is a sitcom with Will Smith as the street-smart teen who moves with his wealthy relatives in Bel-Air, using its premise to explore themes of class and race. All right. So here we go. Going to do the reactions. Let's go. All right, we got some more openings right here.
Build a website.
Good morning, everyone.
This is Rottenborn. Dude's completely a clown, definitely. Right.
My name is Ben Rottenborn, and together with Elaine and Adam, I represent Amber Heard. In a few minutes, Elaine will get up here and she'll introduce you to Amber. And she'll address the allegations that you just heard in Mr. Chu and Ms. Vasquez's opening statement. And she'll explain to you why all those inflammatory things are things that are designed to mislead you from the truth. She'll explain to you what the evidence will show. And that's something that we're going to focus on in this trial, not attempts to distract you. We're going to focus on the evidence. Not what we wish the evidence showed, not some crazy conspiracy theories, but what the evidence and the facts actually show. And as you assess the evidence in this trial, I would ask that you keep one question in mind above all else, which is this: why are you here? What are you being asked to decide? You're being asked to decide a very simple question. And that question is, were the words that Amber used in the December 18th, 2018 opinion piece that was published in the Washington Post protected free speech under the First Amendment or not? That is the question, and that's what you're being asked to decide. At the end of the trial, the judge will explain to you what the law is on defamation and what Mr. Depp's burden is to prove in order to establish defamation. And she'll tell you a lot of things about the law. But among them, she will tell you that Mr. Depp will have to prove that the words Ms. Heard used were about him and that they were false. And if he can't do that, and if he can't meet the other elements of the claim, then he loses that claim. And he can't do that. He can't come close to doing that. And for that reason, you're going to hear, in this trial, Mr. Depp's team is going to make it about trying to distract you from that very simple question. Mr. Depp's team is going to try to turn this case into a soap opera. Why? I'm not really sure, because the evidence isn't pretty for Mr. Depp. It's not. You're going to see who the real Johnny Depp is. Behind the red carpets, behind the fame, behind the money, behind the pirate costumes, you're going to see who that man really is. Amber is going to tell you about it. You're going to hear who he really is from other witnesses. And you're going to hear who he really is in his own words, in the vile, graphic, terrible messages that he wrote about Amber and ways he used to describe Amber and what he wanted to do to Amber from the earliest days that they were dating, through their marriage, and after their marriage. You're going to hear about that. But this case isn't about that. This case isn't about a day-to-day chronicle of their marriage. It's not about who is the better spouse. It's not about who you like more. It's not about which party can sling more mud. But you're going to hear a lot of that in this trial. You're going to hear that because that's what Mr. Depp wants to turn this case into. He wants to turn this case into a 6-week-long public spectacle of the most intimate aspects of their relationship and their marriage. And you know what? I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we're going to have to do that. I'm sorry that you're going to have to listen to all of it. And I'm sorry that Amber's going to have to relive that. But that's the case that Johnny Depp chose to bring. And we're not going to stand idly by and let him sling mud at our client and make inflammatory and false statements like you just heard in opening and not let those go unresponded to. But ultimately, what this case is about the First Amendment, about that December 18th, 2018 op-ed piece, and whether Ms. Heard's freedom of speech and the First Amendment give her the right to say the words that she said. That right, that freedom of speech, is what Amber Heard is asking you to uphold and protect in this lawsuit. And that's a very simple question. It's a question you could decide this afternoon. And it does not require you to stand and serve as the umpire of 2 movie stars' imperfect marriage. It doesn't. And so we're going to focus on those words. We're going to look at those words. And as we look at those words, I'd ask you to keep this in mind. Keep in mind what you just saw on the screen from Mr. Chu when he put up those words. Keep in mind what you didn't see. You didn't see the rest of the opinion piece. And what we'd ask is that as you look at those words, that you look at them in the context of the piece in which they were written. Now, whether you look at them individually or in the context of the piece doesn't really matter because the words are true. But context matters. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Heather to put up the article, put up the opinion piece and I'm going to read that to you. And we're going to look at those words in the context of what this piece was about. Because Mr. Depp's team wants to make you think that this opinion piece was designed to destroy Johnny Depp. That this was designed to maliciously talk about him and their life together. And it wasn't. So let's take a moment to look at this. And I'm going to read it to you, and I'd ask that you follow along if you can. But either way, let's take a look at what the piece as a whole says. This is the piece that Amber wrote. I was exposed to abuse at a very young age. I knew certain things early on without ever having to be told. I knew that men have the power, physically, socially, and financially, and that a lot of institutions support that arrangement. I knew this long before I had the words to articulate it, and I bet you learned it young too. Like many women, I had been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was of college age, but I kept quiet. I did not expect filing complaints to bring justice, and I didn't see myself as a victim. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Friends and advisors told me I would never again work as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. A movie I was attached to recast my role. I had just shot a 2-year campaign as the face of a global fashion brand, and the company dropped me. Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the movies Justice League and Aquaman. I had the rare vantage point of seeing, in real time, how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. In recent years, the Me Too movement has taught us about how power like this works, not just in Hollywood, but in all kinds of institutions, workplaces, places of worship, or simply in particular communities. In every walk of life, women are confronting these men who are buoyed by social, economic, and cultural power, and these institutions are beginning to change. We are in a transformative political moment. The president of our country has been accused by more than a dozen women of sexual misconduct, including assault and harassment. Outrage over his statements and behavior has energized a female-led opposition. Me Too started a conversation about just how profoundly sexual violence affects women in every area of our lives. And last month, more women were elected to Congress than ever in our history, with a mandate to take women's issues seriously. Women's rage and determination to end sexual violence are turning into a political force. We have an opening now to bolster and build institutions protective of women. For starters, Congress can reauthorize and strengthen the Violence Against Women Act. First passed in 1994, the act is one of the most effective pieces of legislation enacted to fight domestic violence and sexual assault. It creates support systems for people who report abuse and provides funding for rape crisis centers, legal assistance programs, and other critical services. It improves responses by law enforcement, and it prohibits discrimination against LGBTQ survivors. Funding for the act expired in September and has only been temporarily extended.
You see, Rottenborn's trying to paint a picture a certain way about Johnny Depp, but it's not really the way it happened, and he's using a bunch of strawman arguments to try to make this thing look a certain way against Depp when it really isn't the way it looks.
We should continue to fight sexual assault on college campuses while simultaneously insisting on fair processes for adjudicating complaints. Last month, Education Secretary Betsy DeVos proposed changes to Title IX rules governing the treatment of sexual harassment and assault in schools. While some changes would make the process for handling complaints more fair, others would weaken protections for sexual assault survivors. For example, the new rules would require schools to investigate only the most extreme complaints, and then only when they are made to designated officials. Women on campuses already have trouble coming forward about sexual violence. Why would we allow institutions to scale back supports? I write this as a woman who had to change my phone number weekly because I was getting death threats. For months, I rarely left my apartment. And when I did, I was pursued by camera drones and photographers on foot, on motorcycles and in cars. Tabloid outlets that posted pictures of me spun them in a negative light. I felt as though I was on trial in the court of public opinion, and my life and livelihood depended on myriad judgments far beyond my control. I want to ensure that women who come forward to talk about violence receive more support. We are electing representatives who know how deeply we care about these issues. We can work together to demand changes to laws and rules and social norms, and to right the imbalances that have shaped our lives. I know that was a lot, but that is the central issue in this case. Are those words that Amber wrote, are those protected by the First Amendment? And the answer is very clearly yes. So let's talk about that article for a minute. First of all, the article doesn't mention Depp by name. It never once contains his name in that article. It is not about Amber's relationship with Mr. Depp. There are no details of any abuse in that article. The article is about proposed legislation and strengthening of government laws and policies designed to protect abuse victims and people who report abuse. That's what the article's about. And it was written in the midst of a social movement in which the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, asked Amber to use her platform to speak on these important issues. And that's what she did. To do so, she drew on her experiences as someone who had reported domestic abuse. And there's no question, there is no dispute that she did in fact report domestic abuse in 2016. Depp's side admits that. She talked about her negative personal experiences and her reactions and opinions after being someone in Hollywood who reported abuse and the consequences that flowed from that. She talked about what she experienced in the days and months following reporting that abuse. That's what the article is about. The article isn't about Johnny Depp. The article is about the social change for which she is advocating and that the First Amendment protects. And so I hope you remember, as this case goes on, that you saw from Mr. Chu only the 3 statements in isolation, because they want you to forget that. They don't want you to pay attention to what the article is about. Now, if it had been Amber's intention to use this article to detail the abuse that she suffered and that you'll hear about over the course of this trial, believe me, the article would have looked very, very different. She could fill a book with those details. She probably would have started out by calling out Mr. Depp by name. She probably wouldn't have published it in the Washington Post.
Hancock Whitney has just
Would have described in great detail the man who has described himself, the violent side of himself, as the monster. That's what she would have done. The monster. She would have told you about the monster. But she didn't. That wasn't the point of this article. And she was careful to avoid that, even having her lawyer review the article to make sure that it was okay. And she relied on that lawyer's advice, and you'll hear testimony on that during the trial. But because Johnny Depp brought this case and asked for it, all of that is going to come out. Just know that Amber Heard never wanted to unearth for the public who the real Johnny Depp is. But that's going to come out over the course of this trial. I'd like you to also take into consideration who isn't here today. You don't see the Washington Post sitting here as a defendant in this courtroom. Depp didn't sue the Washington Post. He had no interest in doing that. He only sued Amber. He could have sued the Washington Post. They published the article. But he didn't. And he chose to bring Amber to court here in Virginia, where she has no ties, has never lived, he's never lived, where they never spent any time, because he wanted to make her life hard. He wanted to ruin her life. He wanted to destroy her. That's what he did. And I wish I could say that that's surprising. It's certainly disturbing, but it's not surprising, because the evidence will show that for years, all Mr. Depp has wanted to do is humiliate Amber, to haunt her, to wreck her career. That's what the evidence will show in his words. That's what he wanted. But he made a mistake bringing this case in Virginia, because you're the people who are going to hear this case. A qualified, prepared jury who respects the First Amendment. And with that, even though we've looked at the article as a whole, I'd like to spend a few minutes looking at the individual statements that were made, just as Depp's side showed you, because I think it's important to do that as well. Can we pull up slide 1, please? Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. There's absolutely nothing false about that statement. First of all, the evidence will show that Amber did suffer domestic abuse at the hands of Johnny Depp. And it took many forms. Physical, sure, but also emotional, verbal, psychological abuse. It's all domestic abuse that she suffered at his hands. So that's the truth. But what else is the truth is that on May 27th, 2016, 2 years before this opinion piece was published, Amber walked into a courtroom in California with bruises on her face that were given to her by Johnny Depp on that incident in May 21st, 2016, that Elaine's going to tell you more about. That absolutely were given to her. And she took out a domestic violence restraining order that she obtained from the court in California to protect herself. And she was, of course, a public figure. She was a movie star. She didn't want the paparazzi, the press photos. She got those, of course. Who wants to be photographed with a bruised face walking out of court? She didn't want that, and the evidence will show that. But she was a public figure, and 2 years before she wrote this article, she was a public figure representing domestic abuse. That is 100% true. And try as he might to take it away, Amber's freedom of speech gives her the right to say that. Can we pull up slide 2, please? This is the second statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Once again, that statement is 100% true. Amber did accuse Johnny of abuse. And she saw how he was protected at the same time that her career took a downturn and that he did everything that he could to try to wreck her career, as the evidence will see. But she accused him of abuse. That statement is true. You don't need to relive every intimate detail of their marriage. You don't need to decide what happened on any individual day of their marriage to determine that the First Amendment protects that statement, because it is true. He wants you to forget that. Don't take the bait. Let's pull up the third statement, please. Now, this statement was in the headline of the online edition of the article. I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Did not write these words, did not review these words, did not approve these words. That's how op-eds work. She wrote the article, she didn't write this headline. And for that reason alone, it's not defamatory. But here's the thing, like the first two statements, tragically, it's true. Amber did suffer sexual violence at the hands of Depp. And Ms. Vasquez tried to minimize that and tried to make you think that it's all made up. But it's not. You will hear in the most graphic and horrifying terms about the violence that she suffered. You'll hear that straight from her. She will get on the stand and she will tell you that. It happened. And by taking out that domestic violence restraining order, by obtaining that from the court, she did speak out against it and all the other abuse that she suffered. And she said, enough is enough. I need to protect myself. She didn't want to do that. She didn't want to be forced to get that restraining order, but she did. She spoke out against the abuse by doing that. And the evidence will show that she did face her culture's wrath, perhaps illustrated no more clearly by the fact that she's here today facing this lawsuit brought by an obsessed ex-husband hell-bent on revenge. That's why she's here. That's why she's facing our culture's wrath. And as you consider whether these statements are true, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. The evidence will show that in May of 2016, when she obtained the restraining order, Mr. Depp never denied the allegations. And in fact, he signed a statement that Amber hadn't made any false statements for financial gain. He signed a statement saying she hadn't made any false statements. And you'll see that in evidence in this trial. And it was only 2 years later, as his career was in free fall and her career was taking off, that he pounced, that he chose to bring this lawsuit after saying that she hadn't made any false statements. And one thing that you'll be instructed at the end of the trial, but that Mr. Depp's side will try to distract you from, is that any damages that he suffered and any defamation has to flow from that 2018 opinion piece. This case isn't about the statements made in 2016, even though they're true. This case is about the December 2018 opinion piece. That's what the case is about. And I have to say, it's pretty ironic. It's pretty ironic that a piece that briefly discussed Amber moving on from Johnny Depp, that briefly discussed her life experiences after Johnny Depp, is the very vehicle that he uses to try to keep her from moving on, to try to keep her from living that life. Rather than give her her life back, rather than take personal responsibility for his own actions, it's ironic that he uses that piece to do that. But like I said, it's not surprising because you will see clear and graphic evidence of his intentions, dating back years. Now, in 5 or 6 weeks, Elaine or I will get up here at closing argument and we'll remind you what this case is about. We'll remind you that this case is about one piece of paper. Amber's words in this article that wasn't about Depp, wasn't about her marriage, wasn't about her relationship, that it was about life after that. It's about the freedom of speech. It's not about the soap opera that Depp will turn this case into. It's not about who you like better. It's not even about whether you agree with the words that she wrote. It's about her right to speak them. Now, before I sit down, I'd like to briefly discuss some of the damages that Depp alleges in this case, because he can't win the case if he can't show damages. And the evidence will show that he has not suffered 1 cent of damages from this op-ed. Not one. Now, make no mistake, Johnny Depp's reputation is in tatters. His career is in free fall. But it's because of problems that he created, problems that he is responsible for. And he's here in court asking you to blame Amber for them. But it's not Amber's fault. They're from the choices that he made. You'll hear a lot of evidence in this trial about those choices. You'll hear evidence of crushing drug and alcohol abuse. You'll hear evidence of Depp taking more drugs than you can count. You'll hear evidence that before one of the instances of abuse, a cross-country plane flight in May 2014 from Boston to Los Angeles, when he kicked Amber in the back on a private jet. You'll hear evidence that he had had no food for days, that he had used cocaine, that he had had half a bottle of whiskey, that he had had countless Red Bulls and vodkas, that he had taken pills, and on the plane decided to top all that off with 2 bottles of champagne. You'll hear evidence of that. And he blacked out on the plane, and he abused Amber and didn't remember anything about it when he woke up. You'll hear evidence of drug binges with his good friend Marilyn Manson. You'll hear evidence of that 3-day blackout in Australia that Ms. Vasquez tried to minimize and tell you was false. A 3-day blackout in which he abused and sexually assaulted Amber.
Okay, if there's one AI site,
all because she had the courage to confront him about his drinking. Imagine that. A concerned spouse confronts her husband about his drinking and gets rewarded with that. That is what the evidence will show. That is what happened to my client. That 3-day blackout that led her to be so in fear for her life that she barricaded herself in her room. That same 3-day blackout that kept him from being able to do what he was in Australia to do, which was to film Pirates of the Caribbean 5. His behavior on that trip, both before the blackout and during it, kept him from being a reliable actor. He showed up late to the set, and after that blackout, he was gone from the set for a long time. Now, he did cut off his finger, but the evidence will show my client did not do it. And just imagine this, what Ms. Vasquez is trying to get you to buy is that Amber Heard somehow developed a major league level fastball and cut off his finger with a bottle. You'll see the evidence. You'll see that that doesn't make any sense. And you'll hear from Ms. Heard's experts who testify, including orthopedic hand specialists who testify there was no way that that happened. You'll also see pictures of what Mr. Depp did after he cut off his finger, when he dipped it in blood and paint and wrote graffiti all around the house. That's what you're going to see he did. And you're going to ask yourself, how can someone that is blacked out, how can they deny that they abused someone? How can they deny what they were told that they did? He has no credibility when he gets up here now in this court and tells you he didn't do this or do that when he was blacked out. So just remember that. Those were problems that he created. You'll hear evidence that the same addictions that led him to abuse Amber also led to the demise of his career as an actor. Like I said, as you saw with Disney, the evidence will show with Disney, he was unreliable as an actor, and those same self-destructive tendencies led to financial distress. Quite simply, he was running out of money, and that distress fueled his abusive tendencies toward Amber. And it led the public to think less and less of him. And you will see a parade of witnesses who testify in Johnny's case that all have one thing in common. They all rely on him. They're all on his payroll for the most part, or they rely on him for some sort of luxury in their life. And you'll see that of these witnesses. So in a lot of ways, Amber previewed the parade of witnesses when she said in her op-ed, and I'm going to read from it and quote it here. She said, you remember when I said this, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise." Remember that as Depp's witnesses take the stand, none of whom know what happened behind closed doors between him and Amber, none of whom can testify to that. But remember that these are people who care about their own financial well-being, just as Amber previewed in that article. And they know what happens to people who stand up to Depp. They know what happens because they've seen it. They've seen it with Amber, and they've seen it with other people in his life who had the courage to ask him to change and who he lashed out against. These are people who helped enable the man who describes himself as the monster. Make no mistake, this man's poor choices have brought him to this courtroom. His own bad behavior, his own refusal to commit to sobriety, his own violence, his poor choices. And the people who have spoken up against it, they're the ones that have suffered the consequences. You'll hear evidence that he fired his longtime agent, that he got rid of his business managers and his law firms that had represented him for years. And no one has suffered from his refusal to take accountability more than Amber Heard. You'll hear evidence that 2 years before the op-ed, 2 years before that, Mr. Depp brought someone else into his life who helped convince him to blame other people. That man, Adam Waldman, who Ms. Vasquez introduced you to, had never met Mr. Depp while he was in a relationship with Ms. Heard, or while he was represented by his agents or his former business managers. But he convinced him that all these bad things that are happening in his life, he helped convince him of this, were other people's fault. And you'll hear evidence of that. Rather than take responsibility for cleaning himself up, Depp chose to blame other people. That's why we're here. And the evidence will show you crystal clearly that the op-ed had nothing to do with damages that he suffered. He's going to try to make it sound like this caused him to lose Pirates of the Caribbean 6, which is a movie that hasn't been made, but that Disney wasn't going to cast him in it because of Amber's article. But there's no evidence of that. The evidence will actually show that months before the op-ed, it was reported that Disney was considering dropping him from Pirate 6. The evidence will show that Disney had a dossier on him that had articles from the press, had other information about Mr. Depp, and they didn't have this article at all in their files. It didn't register with them, just as it didn't register with the public. The public had known since 2016 what Amber had to say about Johnny Depp. This didn't change any of that. The evidence will also show that he said he would not make Pirate 6 even if Disney paid him far more money than he'd ever made on a film. That's what the evidence will show. So any damages that he suffered in his career are not because of this op-ed. And it's time to make Johnny take responsibility, to tell him, Mr. Depp, stop blaming other people for your self-created problems, to take responsibility for your own life. And it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to make him do that. It's up to you, because you are uniquely qualified to do that. No one else has the power to do that. Only you, to tell him enough is enough, to stand up for the First Amendment, to stand up for the truth, and Amber's right to speak it. Thank you.
than her. And you will see and hear from Whitney later, because unfortunately she also witnessed some of the abuse. Amber rode horses with her father. She tried to work with him to help him break the horses. She remembers having a broken arm at least 4 times, being in casts during that time. But there were some things she learned from breaking those horses that was very significant. Her father taught her she couldn't show fear.
Hello, Joyce. Good to see you. Welcome. And welcome back. Where everyone go, I am not sure. They may be lurking, or maybe something came up, but no information is being given at the moment. But nice to see you. We're watching some of the openings from Amber Heard's defense openings. Welcome back.
Couldn't show pain, and she couldn't show emotion. That's how she could break those horses. It's significant for you to know that, so you can understand how Amber could have remained in this relationship with Mr. Depp for as long as she could, and the dynamics of some of the abuse you're going to hear about, because that's what would be her instinct, is to stand up and not let him show that he's caused the pain, that he's caused the fear, that he's caused the humiliation. You'll hear about a long line of jobs that Amber started from back, age 12 as soon as she could, working in a soup kitchen. Well, that was volunteer, but then she took all kinds of miscellaneous jobs, lifeguards, everything else, trying to improve herself. She's not somebody who had a great break. What happened was she got recognized by a Hollywood agent who expressed some interest in her. She took her $180 that she'd saved up, and she went to LA. That's all she had to her name. The testimony will be she worked all kinds of different jobs when she was in LA, anything that she could get. And she would go on, but she didn't have a vehicle, so she would go on buses, and she'd go up to six different auditions in one day. She'd have a map, and she'd have the bus, and then she would just go around. She had a big sweater, so she could change underneath it to whatever the role was, so that she could get things. And she wasn't going for famous actor roles. She was taking one-liners, she was taking extras, she was doing anything she could to make money to survive. And then you know what she did with it? She gave a bunch of it back to her parents. She started helping support them. Then when Whitney graduated from high school, she brought her out to LA and put a roof over her house and put her through community college. She took care of her family with what she made. When she met Johnny Depp in 2009, when he hired her for Rum Diaries to star across from him, she felt like she was pretty successful. She'd starred in some roles. She had an apartment. She had a vehicle, a Mustang. She could go to Starbucks. She could afford Starbucks. She viewed herself as doing pretty well at that point.
I don't think I'm doing this right.
Every owl has something to
Joyce says her lawyer was not great. She was just displaying too much attitude, in my opinion. Oh, I do think that was certainly true, and displaying that type of behavior in this attitude and this rudeness will certainly turn off a jury, and the arrogance would too. It certainly is not good conduct or good strategy in this rigid lining, and it's easy to exploit this arrogant attitude into something in the favor of Johnny's defense. In this one, we have Rottenborn said his, and then Amber Heard, Elaine is saying hers. Yeah, she was certainly like a typical type of villain from a movie or a fairy tale cartoon, or a fairy tale in general. Certainly, these stereotypes can certainly be seen. Yeah, jurors do not like that, and they don't like being talked to in that way. And they could sense it from a mile away. That is why, for instance, the YSL trial, you had, although Not many of the companions were watching that one, but YSL, a really bad problem with the DA. Really emotional, really out of hand, and the jury did not like it, but the attorneys were very calm and easy and kind, and that's what people like the most. They don't like these people like how Elaine was. And Amber with her smug on her face, trying to act like the victim, but she's actually the one that is the perpetrator in this situation. So she certainly surrounded herself with attorneys that were like her, in my opinion. Yeah, Joyce. YSL was a wild trial. It was really absolutely insane. It was like a Timu Sheen cringe, but the chat was definitely on fire and very funny, roasting the different people that were in the trial. So, like on the stand, and Miss Love and Hilton. So it certainly was not for everybody, but it was quite an interesting circus to watch.
Diaries, she got to know Mr. Depp. Not true that she was pursuing him or anything else. She was in a long-term relationship with Tasha Van Ray, and he was in a long-term relationship with Vanessa Paradis. Neither of them had any kind of romantic relationship at that time. When she departed from the Rum Diaries in 2009, Johnny started pursuing her. In fact, he sent her a number of gifts. One of them was a guitar, and she returned it. Now, 2 years later, fast forward, that's when the press junket started. And that's when she had to come back and meet with him, and they ran on the press tours. At that point, she had ended the relationship with Tasha Van Rie, and he said he had ended his relationship with Vanessa Paradis. So during the press trips, that's when they started dating, and by both accounts, fell madly in love. She loved the side of Johnny that we see in the movies, the charismatic one, the charming one, the generous one. That's the man she fell in love with. But sadly, the monster came in the way. And that monster would come out when he was drinking and when he would take the drugs. Amber will never forget the first event of abuse. She was sitting in his house in Sweetser on the sofa, and he was across from her. And they were talking about a tattoo that he had that had Winona Ryder forever. He had altered that to Wine Forever after he broke up with Winona Ryder. Just an aside, he had Slim, which was his nickname for Amber. When they broke up, he turned it to Scum. But in any event, he had that on there, and Amber thought he was making a joke when he was talking about it, and she laughed. And he up and slapped her. Now you see the rings that Mr. Depp has on him hurts when he slaps. And she was stunned. She had no idea what to think. And she kind of laughed thinking, well, maybe that was a joke. What just happened? And he slapped her again. And then she just froze and just looked. And then he hit her again, and this time it knocked her right off the sofa onto the ground. And she remembers her face was in this dirty, filthy carpet. That's what she remembers and fixated on, the dirty carpet. And she's thinking, oh my God, I have to leave. I have to leave. But I love him. I have to leave.
The faces that Johnny's making is really hysterical. Yeah, his face to keep from laughing. Love that, yeah. His facial expressions are priceless. Like, he's like, what on earth is going on? He's trying so hard not to laugh, definitely. Yeah. I love his reactions. It's definitely priceless.
But I love him. And she sat there for the longest time. She laid there for the longest time. Then Johnny came off the sofa, got on his knees, started crying, told her he was very, very sorry that he had done this. It would never happen again. And he said some very significant words. I thought I had put the monster away for good. That's what he said to her that day. Well, Amber ended up leaving that day, and she went out to her car, her Mustang, and she remembers that it was cold, and she sat in the car for the longest time, and she remembers watching her breath because it was cold, and she was thinking, I have to leave him, but I love him. She just kept thinking that. She finally drove away. But Amber made the mistake that millions before her and millions after her have, who are victims of domestic abuse. She chose to stay and try to fix the problem, and thinking that she could do that. So she stayed. Now, Amber was also, she grew up in an abusive family. Her father abused her mother, and sometimes she and Whitney. So she had that cycle in there, just as you've heard that Johnny had that.
That actually could be used to say that since she had the abuse, that helped, that may have done something to her to make her abusive. Possibly. Scared. It is good to see you, Doe.
Cycle in his house. And so what's the normal to them is a little bit more difficult than some of us can understand. You will hear expert witness testimony about the cycles of violence and what happens with these people and how they react and all the dynamics of thinking they can fix them. She thought all the way through she could fix them. If she can just get them sober and clean, then everything was going to be that wonderful side that she fell madly in love with. And she kept trying, and she kept trying. She went to Al-Anon meetings. She went to therapists. She tried to do couples therapy. You'll hear about their tape recording sessions to try to resolve fights or de-escalate them so he wouldn't get mad at her for anything. But you'll hear that he gets mad at her for all kinds of things. But he didn't want her to work. Here she's a budding actor who wants to be out there and succeed, and he doesn't want her to take roles. He starts controlling what she wears. He starts looking at her lines when she tries out for places. He nixes any romance scenes, sex scenes. He gets mad and accuses her of sleeping with every single one of her co-stars. It became a cycle of that, a control as well, emotional abuse as you go. But what's also significant in that is the property damage. And that's a hard one for Mr. Depp to be able to escape when he's claiming that he's such a docile thing and that it's all misheard. You're going to see pictures. He writes on mirrors, horrible things to her, writes on lampshades, on clothing, on countertops. In Australia, when you heard Ben talk about Australia, he wrote the third day as Amber comes out after she's barricaded herself and gone through a lot, and I'll back up on that in a minute. She comes out, he's got mashed potatoes spread across the top. He's written along the wall of the staircase going down all kinds of nasty things about her, and Billy Bob Thornton, the last one she was in a co-star with, and fucking ambition and all kinds of things like that. And then he's written on the lampshades downstairs, and then he's got more on the mirrors. And then, on top of it, you've got all the broken glass everywhere, and you've got the liquor everywhere, and it's just, and then he's tried to urinate messages to her. That's the Johnny Depp. That's the other side. Now, you're going to hear that Amber tried to protect him all the way through. She didn't want the public to know this. She didn't want his kids to know this. And so she didn't tell people about it. So let's go back. The first event that I told you about was 2011. And how do we know that it was in 2011? Because Amber was going to her therapist, Bonnie Jacobs. And Bonnie Jacobs has therapy notes of her sessions with Amber. And in those therapy notes, she chronicles the first time that Amber tells her that Johnny hit her. And it goes through into 2012, 2013, 2014. And you will see, and you will hear from Bonnie Jacobs, her saying, this is a cycle of violence. This is a cycle of abuse. You can't enable him. You need to stand up for yourself. Amber will testify about how Johnny would get so drunk and so drugged out that he would vomit all over himself, and worse, lose control of his bowels. She would clean him up. And you'll see Bonnie Jacobs in these notes saying, don't do that. You're enabling him. Don't do it. Leave him there. But what would happen was his handlers would then take care of him if she left him. So that's the story you're going to hear on that. Let me just tell you about a few of the events, and I'm going to start in Australia. That's the 3-day hostage. She gets there. Now, you will hear Mr. Depp testify under oath that for 15 to 18 months before the March 2015 Australia event, when he's there filming, that he's been sober, clean and sober.
Yeah, so Joyce says, looks just like me in a meeting at work. I can't hide my facial expressions at all. Oh, absolutely. So that is really funny, Joyce. Definitely, he is relatable, and his faces are priceless, and he has a lot of self-control to contain that, and he's like, what the F is going on here? He's like, he's not even hesitating. He's dumbfounded by what he's hearing. He was so drunk. He went to another dimension. He burned a whole city down, and he put his face in the sand. That's how drunk he was. It's just ridiculous. Joyce said, you know, when you have that line, coworker doesn't understand as an assignment, the lawyer is one. Yeah. Yes. That's a very good example of that. And it's like people asking like the most ridiculous questions, like in the situation you speak of, and the facial expressions cannot be hidden. I love that. It's good when you see like, a true expression of emotion of what they really think. Yeah, definitely. This lawyer certainly is one of those. Absolutely, Joyce.
Then you'll see all the text messages for the last 18 months in which he's scoring drugs, in which you'll hear testimony from people in which he's gotten drunk and you know, taken all kinds of different drugs. The whole time. He doesn't get clean and sober. But he claims that he was clean and sober, that she came there. This is a month after they just got married. She flew in from filming The Danish Girls. She's there, and he claims that he was just sitting there calmly, and she was haranguing him. So he took a shot glass of vodka. And when he did that, she got mad, took the bottle of vodka, was 8 to 10 feet, about where I am from you, and hurled it at him, and it happened to just take off the bottom part of his finger. And then he says she came and burned a hole in his cheek. The testimony is going to be that he self-mutilated on a number of occasions and burned himself in the cheek and also cut himself. But Amber never did that. And you're going to hear from the experts testifying about this finger injury and how fantastic this version is. But the other part of it was he was with Marilyn Manson for the week before, scoring on cocaine. You'll see.
He's trying so hard not to laugh.
Text messages of him getting it from his handlers, the cocaine and the liquor. And you'll hear so much before that. But Amber gets there, and instead what he does is he takes 8 to 10 tablets of ecstasy almost immediately. And the next 3 days are just a cycle of very, very, very violent activity by him. Amber keeps trying to calm him down. She tries to get him to eat. She tries to get him to sleep. She tries to do these things. And he would just, he was, at times delusional, paranoid. He would be, mad at somebody else. Then he'd be mad at her. And by the way, we'll talk about the prenup, but he called her lawyer, who she had because she wanted to give him a prenup, and then they got married too quickly, so she was going to give him a postnup. He called the lawyer from Australia, called her a bitch, and fired her. You'll hear the testimony from the lawyer on that. That's the type of Johnny Depp that was there. The postnup. He didn't want the prenup, but now they're going to tell you that it was her that was mad. You're going to hear she had a lawyer and she was cooperating completely on that. So as you go through those 3 days of Australia, some pretty horrendous things happen to her. He rips off her nightgown. He has her jammed up against a bar. He has hurled bottles and bottles at her. He has dragged her across the floor on the broken bottles and the liquor. He has punched her. He has kicked her. He tells her he's going to fucking kill her. He fucking hates her. He's pounding at her, pounding her. and then he penetrates her with a liquor bottle. That's the Johnny Depp that you're going to hear about in this case. Now, after that, Amber goes to the airport, and what does she do? She buys a book by a psychiatrist who's talking about couples therapy. She's already trying to figure out a way to fix it again, fix this marriage that's only a month old, and her husband has just done these horrible things to her. Now, they go back to L.A. He's got to get his finger fixed, so he has to stop filming Pirates 5. They get there, and there's another fight in just 2 weeks from there. He's still using at this point. He's still drunk. But Amber finds on a TV screen, his monitor, she finds pictures of another woman, naked pictures of a woman, and text messages which show that he's clearly having an affair. She gets extremely mad. Amber can be jealous too. She can get angry. You know, she's half his age, and she's defiant. And we're not going to say she's perfect. She was mad as can be when she saw that, and she confronted him. The two of them were screaming at each other. Now, her sister Whitney happened to be in the house. She was summoned. She literally was awakened to come and try to resolve this fight between the two of them. While she's there, Johnny starts hitting Amber, and Whitney ends up getting in between them. And Amber thinks that Johnny's going to throw her down, push her down the stairs because he's in that position. So Amber actually gets up and punches Johnny in the face. She'll tell you that's the only time she has ever laid one on him, in an aggressive manner. But it's after he...
This whole thing could have been a movie. Like, this whole thing could have been an action movie right here. Like, Amber Heard and her attorney should have written scripts.
He's already been hitting her, and it's in defense of her sister. And she'll admit she got him that time, and she actually did have an impact on him. She'll testify about how many times they were in their fights, and she said, she's almost half his size. So he, she said, if I pushed him, he doesn't move. He pushes me, I go flying across the room. There isn't any, ability on her part to be the abuser. What she'll also tell you is it took her a while to ever fight back. That many times before that, she would do what she did when she was breaking the horses. She wouldn't show fear. She wouldn't show pain. She would look at him. She would just be defiant, and all it would do was piss him off more. She'll tell you that she tried everything. She tried everything, from trying to be nice, trying to get away from him. She would throw things in his way to get him from running after her. She would try to, flail back. She would use her hands and legs, and she would go and try to fight him. She'd run into her room and try to barricade and push his hands and everything out of there. She'd try all those things, but she couldn't figure out what could get him to calm down. I'm going to fast forward now to the next one, and that is, I'm going to jump you up to after the stair incident, and Johnny had to get surgery on his finger. That's the longest period of time he stayed sober. It was almost 3 months. You're going to hear that he has never been through rehab. Even though he has been a lifelong drug addict and alcoholic, never has he gone through a rehab plan. Instead, there's twice that he went to some New York hospital and did a cleansing. One time it was for 3 days, and one time it was for 5 days, and that's it. He's never made any effort whatsoever to get sober or stop the drugs. But this particular time, he did for almost 3 months. And you'll see the text messages. We're going to take you through this whole story and all the text messages and all the emails and all the testimony that you're going to get. So fast forward to December 2015. That was one of the worst. Australia was pretty bad, but this one was even worse. In this particular occasion, he gets angry for some reason, and he starts dragging her by her hair through the apartment, kicking her, punching her, tearing her hair out. At one point, she gets up and looks at him, and he headbutts her, and she gets 2 black eyes from it. Then he goes and drags her up the stairs, puts her on the bed, puts his foot and knee in the back of her, and he continues to punch her, telling her he's fucking hating her and he's fucking going to kill her. And he's got his boot stuck in the bed frame as he's doing it. And the force of what he's doing to her causes the bed frame to splinter. That's how much force. She is suffocating in the pillow, and she believes truly she's going to die on this one. She wakes up to her friend being there. She doesn't know how long that she was unconscious or subconscious. She doesn't know. but Johnny was gone at that point, and her friend saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" You'll see the pictures of all of this. You'll see the pictures of the hair. Imagine how much that must hurt. But the hair that's out on the ground. And you'll see the pictures of Amber. Now here's the ironic thing. The next day, she's got to be on the James Corden show. And you can see the text messages. She's not sure if she can go. She's worried. She's got 2 black eyes. She's got a split lip. She's got bruising. She's got her hair missing. But her friends rally with her. She's got a makeup artist. You're going to hear from Melanie Iglesias, who does the best job of makeup you could imagine to get her through the James Corden show. And she does it. But you'll see the pictures, the before, and you'll see them then. And that's the resilient Amber who says, I'm going to go do this anyway. Now, her friends, she tells Io, you're going to hear about Io Tillett Wright. He was in New York. She texted him and said, Johnny beat me up really good this time.
What restaurant?
He says, I was filming something.
Yeah, he can't with this. He's completely cringing over it.
Stopped. I got the first flight out of there. I'm flying from New York back to LA. I see her on the James Corden show. I can see the swelling because I know her well. I can see the swelling. And then he said somebody touched her and she flinched on the show. He said that's not like Amber. He got there. They hadn't cleaned up all the mess. He sees the hair. He sees the splintered. He sees all of the other things. And he is so upset. He was a good friend of Johnny's as well. He'll testify about all of his friendship with Johnny. But he put his foot down on that one and said, you need to have consequences. You cannot do this to Amber anymore. I am not your friend anymore. Now, there were several people that were supposed to go to Johnny's island, Bahamas Island, in December for Christmas. He was going to bring his 2 kids. He'd invited Amber's parents, who loved Johnny, and unfortunately her father used to drink and do drugs with Johnny a lot. And he was also going to take Rocky, her friend who lived next door in a penthouse, and her fiance, and Rocky's parents. Imagine being able to go to a Bahamas island for Christmas. What a cool thing to do. But they all were so upset what he did to Amber on December 15, they said, no, we're not going. We're not going to condone this. We're not going. But he talked Amber into going. He guilted her into going. I'm going to be with my kids. Please come. I'll be better. I'm going to get better. Amber went. And then he ends up assaulting her even there and sexually assaults her even there. Now, you'll see a video from them of the Bahamas, the place that they stayed in on his island. And the video just conveniently leaves out the wardrobe in the bathroom where he committed the assault. It just goes around and makes it look like it's a one room and his kids were there and there's no way they could have done that. But you'll hear the testimony and you'll see the pictures. Then from then on, things really were bad for Amber, and she was really considering leaving him at this point. And she was talking to her friends and confiding. You'll see, the medical records. And in February 2016, I told you you'll see that video. That same night before the video, he called Io Tillett Wright and left him a voicemail message that he said was just absolutely delusional. It was crazy. He was pretending like he was the property management. It was just an insane call. And then the next day we have the picture of the video. Then we get to April 30th, or April 21st, 2016. Amber's 30th birthday party. She was going to turn 30 the next day. Pretty big event. Her friends had a tape that they put together of everybody giving her tributes. Johnny doesn't participate. They have a dinner and a party for her.
Yeah, somebody closing their eyes. Yeah, that is hilarious, though. I saw that also.
That night, Johnny says, I have a business meeting at 7 p.m. I'll be there after that. What kind of business meeting do you need to have at 7 p.m. when your wife turns 30? But that's Johnny, right? And he can't say that it was an important financial one because he'd fired his financial manager the month before when, as you heard from Ben, it was blaming him for all his financial problems, so he's the problem. So he shows up late, drunk, drugs, and after everybody, and he's even drinking while he's there, and he's telling the other friends, and you'll hear from one of them, And he's saying, hide the bottle from Amber, hide the bottle from Amber. When they all leave, she expresses her disappointment. He gets mad and assaults her again, including sexually assaults her. Then he goes away, and he doesn't come back for a month. Now, this is an important event, May 21, 2016. This is the last one, and this is the final straw that leads up to the DVTRO, the Domestic Violence Temporary Restraining Order. So he says he's coming over to get some clothes. He's going to go out on tour. She says, okay. He comes over, and his mother died the day before, and he's already in a state. He's been drinking. He's clearly high. And he comes in, and he's got on his mind this obsession that when she, on her birthday, go back to her birthday, the next day she and her friends went to Coachella, but his housekeeper had come in to clean after that, always did, and the housekeeper had found some feces on the bed and had been upset about it and taken a picture and sent it to him. So all of a sudden, a month later, he's got it in his head that Amber has conspired with her friends to defecate on the bed. It's human, not dog, even though they got 2 dogs and one of them has major problems. You'll hear about Boo and Pistol. And somehow Amber was doing this so he would get back there and find it, even though he had no intention of coming back, and even though the housekeeper was there. And he won't lose it. He won't get rid of it. He's just obsessed with it. Then he decides that it's Io Tillett-Wright who did it, even though Io wasn't at the birthday party and wasn't even in town. So Amber gets Io on the phone. Io's in New York. And she says, this is what Johnny says. Can you please just calm him down? Tell him this isn't true. Tell him we don't have a conspiracy here. And Io's thinking, what? And you'll hear from Io, he'll say, Amber's fecal phobia. I mean, she can't even, she's so embarrassed about that stuff. She would never conspire, never do anything like that to him. So they're kind of laughing at the absurdity of it, and that was the biggest mistake, because that triggered his anger. And then he started hitting Amber. He grabbed the cell phone from her, wound it up, and bashed it into her face. And you will see the pictures, you will see the bruise there, and you'll see the form of it there. Now, I was very, very upset. He's worried because he knows about the December 15, 2015, and he says, Amber, get out of there, get out of there. Are you safe? Get out of there. As Johnny's storming around, and he calls Rocky, who lives next door, and then he calls 911. And it's not clear, whether Amber said call 911 or he said call 911, but he calls 911. But he's in New York, and he's genuinely concerned for her safety. So he calls 911 there, and he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911 and just tell them this, so they get somebody there so we can get somebody fast. I don't know what's going on. So the police are called twice, essentially. And now, here's what happens next. Johnny goes around and he trashes the apartment before he leaves. He loves to do that. You're going to hear about his penchant for that. Does it a lot. And you'll see a picture of him in the elevator afterwards, leaving with his bodyguards, and he's a little agitated there. And the police are called. You will see pictures of Amber with metadata on them, both before, during, and after the police officers are there. But what happens is Amber calls her attorney, the one that she had consulted after the December 15 event. And the attorney says, if you press charges, they'll arrest him. And Amber says, I can't have that happen. I don't want his kids to know about this. I don't want the public to know. I can't have that happen. So when the police show up, she refuses to cooperate. She says, on the advice of my attorney, I'm not going to cooperate. But her friend, Rocky, whose fiance was there, Josh at this point, he takes them around and shows one of the police officers all the property damage around the house as well. And the police officers say to him, look, she's got the red mark on there. If you just give us the name, we'll go get him. And he says, I can't. She won't let me. So they leave. Now here's what happens and creates all of the noise here that you're going to have to deal with. So the police officers don't make an incident report. They don't take a report. They don't document the property damage. They don't document the facial damage. Instead, they go out and they write on their CAD, that's their little system in there, they write verbal dispute only, victim uncooperative. That's their language for we don't have to write a report. You'll see that the police officers have another one later that night, and they put verbal dispute only. That's their magic language. Now, That's notwithstanding that you will see these pictures. But Amber wasn't cooperating with them, and they were quite convinced she wasn't going to. So as many domestic violence, calls that they take, they're not going to, this is one that they figure it's gone. Now, the other police officers come 2 hours later. They've cleaned up the place at this point. They don't know that these police officers are arriving, but when they do arrive there, they try to discourage them even from coming in. Josh answers the door, says, no, the other police officers were already here. And he says, and they say, no, but we just have to see her. And they have body cams, by the way, so you'll see the body cam footage of this. So they go through and they do that. And one of the significant things is you'll see on the CAD that the two police officer sets are communicating with each other. And that first set says, I don't think she's going to change her mind. And they know who the officers were the first time because they say officer signs. You'll hear this, and you'll see it in the body cam footage. So they go through. Amber says, no, everything's fine. You can see on there, and they leave. Now, the reason this is so significant is what they have done with this in creating, and that's part of the counterclaim, and what their version of the reality is that Amber calls the cops. Then they don't see any injury, so they mess up the place, splash a little wine, and then call another set of cops. Does that sound like the situation here? No. And it's really important to look at the evidence and think about this. You'll hear from many, actually, I don't know how many of the police officers we'll put on, but we have, between 4 and 6 LAPD police officers and experts who will say those police officers, even when she declined to cooperate, should have taken a report. They should have documented it. That was police policy. So when faced with this big public, DVRO and all of the publicity later, now they go back to the police officers and say, hey, wait a second, you didn't take a report. You said it was a verbal dispute only. They're stuck. If all of that was true and they admitted it was true, then they violated policy by not doing the report because they were supposed to take a report. So the police officers chose the other and said, no, there was no evidence. But you're going to watch it. You're going to see it in real time. You're going to see it on metadata. So Amber goes to get the domestic violence TRO. You're going to see the letter that her lawyer wrote to Johnny Depp's lawyer that week, telling them that that's what she was going to do but giving them opportunity here to be able to resolve it, to get a mediator, just make sure that she's safe, that she can stay in the residence until they figure things out, that she can drive her vehicle until they figure it out, some attorney's fees, whatever. You're going to see the letter. And so they knew, and it says right in there, she's going to go in on Friday. They chose not to go. They keep saying ex parte, but they chose not to appear, and they knew she was going to appear. Well, Amber didn't call TMZ, but somebody called TMZ to take all those photos that day. Now, you also heard them say that all kinds of people saw Amber that week, and she didn't have any bruises on her face. Well, let me show you this. This is what Amber carried in her purse for the entire relationship with Johnny Depp. She's an actor. Do you honestly think she would have left her apartment ever without makeup? Do you think that she ever would have wanted other people to see her bruises and her cuts? This was what she used. She became very adept at it. And you're going to hear the testimony from Amber about how she had to mix the different colors for the different days of the bruises as they developed in the different coloring, and how she would use these to touch those up to be able to cover those. She also used concealer, foundation. You'll hear from her makeup person that Amber didn't even leave her bedroom without having foundation on. And one of the people that was at the building testified. He said she had makeup on and it would have covered that bruise. So that's the testimony on that. Now, let me talk about the divorce just for a moment. So they go through, they have the 2 months of trying to resolve the divorce. Ben already told you that they signed a joint statement in which Mr. Depp admits that she did not make any of these allegations falsely and not for financial gain. But they brought up the donations, so I want to talk to you about the donations for a moment. Now, here's the story. Amber didn't have a prenup. She didn't have a postnup. She was more than willing to do that. But as I told you, Mr. Depp fired her lawyers and said, only till death That's the only way we're going to part is through death. We don't need a post-nut. We don't need a pre-nut. That's Johnny. It's true his advisors were all telling him, get one. And she said, I'll get one. And she hired a lawyer. But anyway, she didn't have a prenup. So what you're going to hear is that meant no matter what, whether it was abuse, adultery, irreconcilable differences, abandonment, doesn't matter. She's entitled to 50% of everything during that marriage. Well, he did Pirates 5, and he did 2 other movies during that time, and you'll see that he made $65 million during those 2 years. Half of that is 32.5. Amber didn't want that. You'll see a letter, you'll see an email from her lawyer that she forwarded on to her agent, who became Johnny's agent later, saying, I want you to sign this because you're entitled to a whole lot more than $7 million. And I don't want you to come, basically, I don't want you to come back and sue me for malpractice. That's what her lawyer tells her. And then her lawyer says, I offered them even less than I demanded less than they offered. In other words, the $7 million was less than Mr. Depp's team was even offering to her. And she said, I just want to be left alone. I just want to get out of this marriage. I don't want it. I'm not doing this for financial gain. So she didn't take the money. So she said, I'm going to donate all $7 million of this to charity, half to the ACLU, half to Children's Hospital. And then what happened was, and by the way, the $7 million was paid out over time. It's installments. It was over, you'll see the documents, but it's over a couple of years, right? So his business manager, Ed Wang, you'll see the letters, he sends the first $100,000 out of the $7 million to each of them and says, this is a pledge towards the $3.5 million that Amber's donating, and she'll be paying that in installments. So everybody knows she's paying it in installments. You're going to hear differently from them now, but you're going to see that was the admission at the beginning. You're going to hear from Children's Hospital and the ACLU that they assumed this was a pledge paid over a period of time because that's what they do because of tax deductions and things of that nature. So Amber she makes a $250,000 payment to Children's Hospital. Then she also makes a $250,000 payment to Art of Elysium, which is another charity that she worked for. And used to feed and used to do a lot of arts work with the Children's Hospital. She pays $350,000 to the ACLU. Now, in addition to that, she also was dating Elon Musk by this time. You'll find out that Mr. Depp is obsessed with Elon Musk, but she's dating him, so he gives $500,000 to both of those charities in her honor. Now, she doesn't claim that's part of the $7 million. But what happens is that she makes her payments up through 2018. Mr. Depp sues her March 1, 2019 in this litigation. She can't afford right now to be making those pledges. She's got to defend herself. But she has every intention of continuing to make those payments. She has been a lifelong person who has served charities. She used to volunteer at Children's Hospital 3 times a week when she could. She's very much that kind of person, and she intends to. And both ACLU and Children's Hospital will tell you they have no reason to believe she won't be good on her pledges. There's nothing that required her to do a certain amount at a certain time, and she will give it to them once she's able to afford it again. Now, let me talk about the counterclaim for a minute, and then I have to promise to let you go at some point, don't I? So Mr. Depp has decided, you heard from Ben, you're going to see some really, really terrible text messages from Johnny Depp on how he viewed Amber Heard. He calls her some horrific names. But in the summer of 2016, he vows he's going to hunt her. He vows she's going to suffer global humiliation. He says he's going to live in her and she will never forget him. And he meant it. So, in the summer of 2018, you heard Ms. Vasquez say he wants to clear his name, he can't be called a wife beater, etc. But an article, an op-ed appeared on the Sun Times in London. They called him a wife beater. It was written by Dan Wooten, the CEO, or the chief editor of the Sun at the time. And he is writing because Johnny Depp is being cast in Fantastic Beasts 3. And so the article is, why is J.K. Rowling genuinely
Hancock Whitney has just made being
So you will hear testimony. Let me back up a little bit. So you have heard from Mr. Depp's team that they are going to claim that Amber Heard abused Johnny Depp. You also are hearing from them that he says that she cut off his finger. When you look at the text messages and you look at the emails, you will see that in every one of those, Mr. Depp said to Dr. Kipper, to David Heard, Amber's father, and to others, I cut off my finger. You will see that. He never, throughout the entire time he was married to Amber, ever claimed that she hit him. He never, ever, throughout the time he was married to Amber Heard, claimed that she cut off the finger. Only 2 years later does he, for the very first time, start claiming she abused him and start claiming that she cut off the finger. I'm going to ask you to look hard at the evidence in this case, because the evidence is going to show that it never, ever came up before. Now, let's talk about the counterclaim for a few minutes. There's a few statements here. Now, they've said, why are you suing Adam Waldman? You heard from Ben that Adam Waldman didn't come into Johnny Depp's life until October 2016. He wasn't there for any of their marriage. He doesn't have any personal knowledge of their marriage. Everything he does is based on Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp used Adam Waldman as his agent, and you will see a bunch of texts where he's saying, yeah, man, he's going after these people. He's doing all this stuff for me. He's suing my business manager. He's suing the lawyer. He's going at, he's doing all this. He's also going to the press and making all kinds of statements about Amber Heard. And those statements are as follows. And Heather, if you can pull up the first. The first one is Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, there isn't any sexual violence hoax. There isn't any hoax at all. But he's out there affirmatively stating that she's got this conspiracy with her friends and she's making these things up. And it's very, very damaging and harmful to her. The testimony will be that these Depp fans take and run with these things. And you're going to hear from an expert who talks about computer-wise, when you search the hoax and you see that it just spreads out into the internet and the social media and generates a lot of negative publicity for Amber. Statement 2, please. This was made in April of 2020. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told DailyMail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, and got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Now, I've already told you all about the events of May 21, but you're also going to hear from the second set of officers. There's no way that Amber was trying with her friends to now get charges pressed against Johnny. They'd cleaned everything up. They didn't want him in there. The absolute opposite of what he says there. The third statement, if you may. Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, when Amanda Day Cadenet, that's a friend of Amber's, Amber Heard's best friend and Me Too activist, recants her support for Ms. Heard and testifies against her, you know we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Amanda Day Cadenet never testified against her, but that's not the part that we're claiming is the defamation. It's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. In other words, in all of these articles, he's saying that she created an abuse hoax, and you're going to make those determinations of whether that's true or not. But what we're going to show you is that that not only was tremendously damaging to Amber emotionally, and you're going to hear from an expert on domestic violence and intimate partner violence, IPV, about how those triggers happen when you have somebody who's gone through all of this and she's trying to heal and she's trying to get past this, and then bam, you come in there and you inflict this and put this out in the public, and everybody runs with it. There's over 1 million, we're going to tell you about 1 million different searches on the Twitter from these different hits, how that impacts her emotionally every time somebody calls her a liar for what she went through and how hard she tried to protect Johnny Depp so that his children and the public never found out about that Johnny Depp, and how much that has harmed her, and how much emotionally that's impacted her and re-triggered. But we're also going to talk to you about the reputational damages for that. Amber made it through the divorce. Then she got cast in Aquaman. A few of you saw that. That was a blockbuster. It was the highest grossing movie in DC Films history ever, up to this point. It hit over $1 billion in a very short period of time. It was a mega hit. She was moving forward. Then she gets hit with these defamatory statements and all of the Depp followings and the computer and Twitter and everything else. Nobody wants to touch her. And you're going to hear from an expert who's going to say, look at Jason Momoa, look at Gal Gadot, look at other people who started coming up in those tracks from she was Justice League and then Aquaman. Look what they're getting. They're getting commercials. They're getting all kinds of different film opportunities. These are the things that she would have gotten. Nobody will touch her. She's a pariah. And we're going to ask you, as Ben said, to hold Mr. Depp responsible. Enough is enough. But we're also going to ask you to hold him responsible and try to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done to her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bretterhoff. Based on the time, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to release
All right, now what we're going to do is the doctor. This one was very funny. This guy completely is a clown. It's very entertaining.
Domestic abuse, heavy.
I'll do that interaction.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bretterhoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s. I think probably due to the alcohol and substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes, or
any
and
other
other
time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he's able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist, and throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober, okay? And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward. And certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
And you may have subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have the right to go to wherever you want to go to. But the texting that were involved in this in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right, I want to make sure. I want to make sure. Okay, so it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought to...
Objection, hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and to give his examples.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll sustain the objection.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the exact words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I said, it was without relaying the exact thing. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts or therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general, and he's entitled to rely on. Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him, and actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it. was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
Sustain next question.
Okay. Mr. Depp is 58 years old. Are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? I mean, this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
please explain.
So the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tardive dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label, physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses it can, okay? And the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect, and obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value portion of it.
And Dr. Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at is a...
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
What you will see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of what would be actually legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's seemingly what these medicines' effect are on patients who have substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurontin?
So Neurontin gabapentin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result. But it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp in the dosages he was taking?
Again, I'm still waiting for an objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using it with the opiates. The advantage is you're using with opiates, and it's making, because opiates in general, despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems, such as death, respiratory suppression.
And Mr. Depp was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages?
So Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic. And then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of take downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are which are abusable. And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has, and it can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. You can't be given together.
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable, you start getting agitated, okay? You start becoming suspicious, jealous, potentially disinhibited, psychotic, and these are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social occupational obligations because this. I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson. And using
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Actually, that's asking for the record evidence for
I'll
this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you have supporting this?
Psychological, using despite the fact it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think That's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
This is highly relevant.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
All right. Tell me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to, okay? When we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do. And it's supposed to prevent you from doing this, quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
So I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll tell you that Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself. I know when the actual event happened, there was texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off. Okay. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
That's exactly what overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
Was it overruled?
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but I've seen people do a lot worse than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
So the APA Task Force on Violence in the Family defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, as recurrent abusive behavior by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control, it can be destroying property, it can be financial, which is part of that, verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it, verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence, and by the way, I should start out by saying we don't expect, in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of battered wise syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem about intimate partner violence, is just the hitting. Again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair what's happening. Okay, but in terms of actual perpetrators, no, they don't do that.
In your review of this case, is there record evidence of physical violence by Mr. Depp?
So,
Objection, Your Honor.
Would you like to
No
approach?
foundation.
Do you want to approach him?
Evidence.
Okay.
So, what have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that related to Mr. Depp?
So risk factor review that correlate. So starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was a question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did you review depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on in I think it was 2012, or around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was...
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's see.
So I reviewed so Ms. Heard's...
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's answering, go ahead and answer what you reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages, depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations, and I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
So, it says psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone, with the main purpose of, again, to maintaining control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, holding things financially against someone, jealousy rants, property destruction. So all that is involved, a nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved in psychological maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah,
Action leading.
Overruled.
So yeah, I'm trying to control someone's career. That would be under financial, trying to mistreat someone, especially someone wants to succeed and try and have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
Okay. And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on your drug screen, were brought out through that.
Okay. Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Objection. Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this
overruled.
point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Threatening, destroying furniture, property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture. All that would go with that.
Okay. All right. And what, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
So a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder, the overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
Well, I'll sustain objection if you
Okay.
ask the question.
Can you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts, okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power, they worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. A large sense of entitlement. Anything else? Need for praise. So that would go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
What, if any, what, if any, traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, requiring admiration, need to be admired, part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes.
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
And what, if any, record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The fact that Ms. Heard owed him, and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that. I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree this whole trial is that.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please continue.
That this whole trial, in terms of narcissistic insult, is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be?
He's able to explain what
I'll
he's.
sustain that objection.
Can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
Your
This
Honor, can we
proceeding will go,
approach?
Yes.
this court
Okay,
case will
there's-
go, right.
There's an objection, sir.
About the trial rule, I can't
Yeah,
speak.
you're not allowed to say that.
Not say that. Okay. The only other thing about narcissism, I think, in terms of the trial, would be in order to maintain any sense of control, a narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control, you don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person. So I think that's another facet.
So, are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle, where there is no increased tension, there is no acting out. Okay, you are talking about more of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them gifts. And then when the dust settles later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey, this either denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make me look bad, or an allopathic defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it for you, transformative effect, that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a sudden for that to start shifting during that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law. I mean, the very ability to do that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, just fabricating this.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what essentially you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
Okay. And is there record evidence that you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety, coming back to that severe
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
The severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety, and that what was happened. So as a result, she was blamed for, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered, and that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
I'm familiar with the term gaslighting.
Okay, what, if any, gaslighting is consistent?
My opinion, this is definitely the type of behavior that Amber Heard has, what he's describing. This describes her more than it would ever describe Johnny, in my opinion.
With intimate partner violence and the risk factors.
So again, when you start being able to be, when a person starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over, and especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you who's very charming, very engaging, very personable, and then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there examples where an intimate partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
Yeah, oh yes.
How common is that?
That's very common. Again, that is very common in the occurrence of the honeymoon phase and the calm period of the abuse cycle. Very common during that time, where the victim, or they shifting the blame, or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber was the one?
Well, I think that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand the objection.
What record evidence?
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
So that claiming that Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario, and what I will reiterate again is that, one, victims aren't perfect, and two, it is not uncommon in the context of being a victim when you know that person is about to proceed or relapsing to a substance or going to a substance, and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next move and start initiating self-defense. But by and large, that's not what's going on here. By and large, Mr. Depp, behavior.
Objection, Your Honor.
Behavior was consistent.
There's an objection, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right. We can move on to the next one. Is prior victimhood of abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And go ahead.
There is something known as the intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation, imitation, reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it applies to not only the victims, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse that are not abusers, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
So warning signs would be increasing the tension escalations of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the communication, starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension, and that leads you to the actual acts. So these acts progressively build, and then they occur.
What, if anything, have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get some help to try to resolve this until the tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance. It can be bothering something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension when you have this framework of limited self-control and erratic, intense mood shifts.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting this monster out, letting this anger out, almost routinely. And there's very well record evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage in therapy for Ms. Heard. So that's very common and very much occurred, recognizing what happened. And the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater Rule. Can you explain the Goldwater Rule, please?
So the Goldwater Rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then, so please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote-unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. And therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any applicability here?
No. it does
Objection.
Why not?
No foundation.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You
Rule
want to
was.
approach?
Hello, Lori. Good to see you. Welcome. So, yeah, he definitely is. Everything about him is hilarious. Absolutely. And, yeah, he looks like a hungry seagull. That is true. And he certainly every like mannerism about him is like a personality in itself. Like, yeah, any movement he has is really funny. Yeah, and right now we are, we're looking at this, and the others were here earlier, but some people may be lurking or some other things may have came up, but right now, we're still watching this, so he certainly would be like one of those. He's like a parrot, but kind of like a nefarious parrot, like a sus parrot from like the pirate show, the pirate movies. Or he'd be one of those crows, those ravens from Raven's Cove. That's what he'd be. Scared. And all he does is describe what Amber Heard is. Never like, Johnny isn't like this, but certainly it's like Amber Heard.
Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier you invited Mr. Depp to
Oh, yes.
give an
Again,
examination.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So to be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly, and both times Mr. Depp and or his lawyers decided that that wasn't going to happen.
Okay. And in fact, the court did not require Mr. Depp to...
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination. Thank you, Mr. Dennison.
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No. When Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right.
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was...
All right.
And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of?
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Yeah. Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
Mm-hmm. And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specifically say about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony, without direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing on we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings. Because what you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on the medical records where their doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have, is null and void.
I'm not saying...
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Well, give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, my first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that, but regardless of that, because that's what it was made for, it's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
so the answer is no?
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is corrupt and unethical for engaging in an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I am saying you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I am saying as an expert witness, and solely as an expert witness, that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
presidents, yes.
Well, and the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning, I believe, at my intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you then, sir, is that if you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you are saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it cannot be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well,
Sir.
why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes
that's
or no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right? Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking, examination, and where applicable, collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
Yeah. And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe you just quoted
professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV, nor substance usage, nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted unethically under the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical, based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. But thank you. I'll go ahead. These were your words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay. Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions,
Okay.
Dr. Speaker.
You are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp, today or ever?
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say
He freezes and he just goes. He's like, he does like a lot of these tricks, you know. He just kind of goes, and he starts, talking. He really is like a bunch of personalities in one, and Johnny's sitting there like, what on earth is going on here? Remember when we were watching this guy during the trial, everyone was laughing. Like, everyone was laughing at this. It was completely unbelievable.
traits. Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality.
Yeah, it would be like dropping acid. I definitely would think that's what it would be. Yeah, this dude makes you dizzy. Yeah, definitely. This dude is a complete ring around the rosy for sure. He's a piece of work. Yeah. And he's a doctor. Imagine like how this guy like deals with his clients. It just has to be completely hysterical. Like, he needs himself a clown nose, and some people thought that he was like trolling on purpose, but we don't really know what it was exactly, because he certainly needs to he certainly needs to see his own lies, but so far he's still in business, so he must have done something right. But yeah, I definitely, he could have been putting up a show. Other people thought that he was just a loon. Definitely depends. Yeah, I like how they just let him talk. Yeah, with no objections or anything. Everyone's entertained on both sides. Yeah. Acid is way more fun than this guy. You know what this guy would be? This guy would be a bad trip. That's what he would be. I don't do anything like that. Don't worry. I've never done, not going to do anything like that. But I would think from what I heard, this would be considered a bad trip watching him. Like, even Johnny's feeling it. All right, let's go.
Personality trace is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes.
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances? I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Oh. Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits, which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis probably of narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, but when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors
that are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Right. And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits, as opposed to the disorder, doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct saying. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that one is tied, has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IPV. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis and Mr. Depp. Narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I ask you, and we can get an answer that's addressed to that question. Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV, yes or no?
Yes.
And you've previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes.
That's incorrect.
You didn't testify to that.
Cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No,
let me be more precise then.
Okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and it would behoove you to do so, you will see that cluster B traits. I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is, I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
So you want to talk about cluster B, so let's do that for a minute. Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
But
less so. Less so.
It's
I mean, it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Yeah.
Less so. Significantly less so.
All right. So which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there.
Yes. Yes, Lori, it's Dr. Siegel. Yeah. And yeah, that's really his name. These people in this trial have names that accurately depict their own character. Like Amber Heard's, one of her attorneys is named Rottenborn, and this is Dr. Siegel. He's like he's been on the ocean for a long time, being a seagull, and he just came in for this trial, and he's just like he wants to go back there, and they keep on asking him questions, and he put a suit on and a human outfit on to try to disguise what his intention is. Yes. But it sounds like seagull. Yes. It sounds like seagull, though. Yes. And the thing is about his name, it certainly fits in with what he is, because it sounds like seagull. Although it's not exactly seagull, Spiegel is what it is, that's true. And it's very similar to seagull. And he's like a seagull. And Laurie says it sounds like Smeagol from Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it does. Yeah, he certainly, like, the name fits his character, like, almost like this is like a movie. Yeah. Yeah, scared.
There's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? Who? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are, and by the way, I testified this before, which was that, 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2, absolutely there were cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely, Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right. You indicated, in your opinion today, that you thought, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations, under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule? You're saying the
AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing valid with someone you did not see, and I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I don't read the rubric.
We can move on, you don't know the rule.
Huh?
All right.
He's sinister. He's sinister. Look at that smirk. He's sinister. He knows he's taken a fish or two from Amber Heard's flabby fish market. Scared.
You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you use as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What I use a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony here?
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying.
Let me ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay. Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. And I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Yeah. But no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory?
Ooh. That puzzled him.
Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka as a...
But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
That was hysterical for everybody. When we were watching that, we were like, what on earth is going on? Like, we were... Right, another time, I'm going to play it. But that, everyone was hysterical. I was sitting there with the chat. I'm like, what on earth was that? What on earth was that? Oh, scared.
Speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your process speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Yeah. But no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
He was buffering. He was buffering. Oh my goodness, that was, yeah. He had a syntax error, like on a calculator. You know, like on those Texas Instrument calculators, like in schools. There's a syntax error. That's what he had. He had a syntax error. If he keeps opening his mouth up like that, a fly is gonna get stuck in it. It will get stuck. It will get stuck, and he's gonna be buffering for hours.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
All right. You'll
He was asking for a fish first. Yes. Yes. That's true, chat fact.
Wait, you made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
If you say that's, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay. During your deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why?
Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the, probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back, okay? And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay? And again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure, again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you, I don't.
Yeah. Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering a professional opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow the?
Well, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion? Mm-hmm. Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice to describe people, in my practice? No, I don't describe people, my clinical cases as idiots, or patients as idiots, or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering them.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay? I believe the thing was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said, yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive, on the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's
Right.
all I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to the man.
Me directly talking to him. Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked.
No, I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for, what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing?
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia, for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did, or whether the drawing...
Hello, Anthony. So what's happening here is the Amber Heard's doctor's on the stand, and he's very eccentric. He's almost like an alien. We're calling him a seagull and a couple other things. And he certainly is quite peculiar, and it's quite comedic what he's saying. So yeah, right now the doctor is calling Johnny an idiot, but then his lawyers are refuting him. So it's good to see you, Anthony. Hope that you're well. Thank you for being here.
should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, he didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam, out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory is 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory, only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive, if you score 27 out of 30 and you miss 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
And again, now that's, again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer.
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
Oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know one way or the other how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini-mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini-mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation. You know the word, right?
Yes.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
No, they're not the same thing.
No. How are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, is direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Like lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you've made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that. Mm-hmm. Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
All right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No. Again, risk factors tell us nothing except that if they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's right. What tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV can occur without substance abuse?
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV?
Again, absolutely. But, again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substances. I said substance use disorder. There's two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
And that's
absolutely.
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
The answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, though, right? So we're talking about people
wait a
who
minute.
don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factors?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
Right. But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying.
We're talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right.
Right.
You either commit IPV or you didn't.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder, and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So, along that line,
Right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
Right. There are more close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me if there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies say yes, so studies say no. That has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
MDMA. What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah.
See how he nods his head like he's on some. He must be on some crack. That's what it seems.
And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote-unquote normal dose because, honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom?
Again, at lower dose, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an adaptogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warmth to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal.
Right.
So that's not well-being. I don't know if I'd call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with, okay? You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated, no one knows what they're going to. No one has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic and tactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic, increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and stuff we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon, and the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. We absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing. Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean that...
I think Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No, I shouldn't be asking you that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing. Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So, Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off-label?
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off-label?
When used off-label, it can be used sleeping agent, yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair?
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree, but I'm not sure at the end of the day if you have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its
Yeah,
used
what's
for?
its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture. There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay. You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his lines?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example, Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledge that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about acting.
And you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit?
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. And maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, but not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
Right. And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you, I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that thing, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. Let's go with that. No further questions.
All right. How long is your return?
A bit, you may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break.
Yes, Anthony, I am still I'm still here barely from that laughter that I just had. Oh, good grief. That doctor is a riot. Faux show. Right. Anthony, I hope you're doing well. And it's nice to have some laughs after the dark week we previously had with the terrible incident that happened last week. And this was, I think, a good release from all the negativity that we've been seeing lately, because we've been covering a lot about the darker topics. And so I'm glad to balance it with ease, with the hardships that come. All right, so we'll be ending the stream. And I want to thank you all for being here and appreciate everybody for hanging out with me. Y'all were a riot, and thank you, Anthony, for coming through and helping us laugh. It was very good. And everyone else that contributed to the chat and helped out tonight. All right, and we will be heading out now. So, and peace.